Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump reveals Kazakhstan will join the Abraham Accords as it seeks to improve relations between Israel and other Middle East nations. Explosions are heard near the Sudanese capital of Khartoum, a day after the RSF agreed to a humanitarian ceasefire. And Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is summoned by the US Congress as they look into his friendship with paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. US President Donald Trump says Kazakhstan will join the Abraham Accords in a bid to stabilize relations between Israel and Muslim-majority nations. The announcement came after a phone call between Trump and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu alongside Kazakhstan's president. Here's how President Trump broke the news.
Some of the countries we're talking about and some of the countries represented here are going to be joining the Abraham Accords, the Abraham Accord, and that those announcements will be made over the next little while. The Abraham Accords are very sought after right now. We're going to be announcing some very important countries that are joining, and for Jared and for Steve Witkoff, we appreciate the great job you've done. This evening, I'm also delighted to report that Kazakhstan has officially agreed, and that's official now, as of about 15 minutes ago. A tremendous country with a tremendous leader has officially joined the Abraham Accords.
For more on this, I'm joined from Tel Aviv by international lawyer and former senior advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister's office, Armeh Okabi. Armeh, thank you so much for joining me this evening. So, Kazakhstan already maintains full diplomatic and economic relations with Israel. How significant is this latest development? Is it symbolic, or does it signal a deeper strategic shift?
Thank you, Leigh Ann. I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, we are having already a full diplomatic relations with Kazakhstan. But, you know, Leigh Ann, joining the Abraham Accord, it will open the gate and provide so many economic opportunities and position Kazakhstan together with a group of Arab Muslims moderated countries that in 2020 made history and break years of conflicts and turn it into a vibrant peace and opportunity for all the region.
What mutual benefits do Israel and Kazakhstan stand to gain from strengthening their relationship at this stage, politically, economically, or in terms of regional stability?
Well, as we speaking, we already have economic relations with Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan actually is very strong in oil and gas and natural resources, and it's one of the biggest suppliers of oil to Israel. And on the other hand, I believe that they cannot depend on that solely for their economy, and they would like to reach out to Israel, and where Israel can play a very important role in developing different sectors within Kazakhstan. Say, for example, technology, when create joint R&D centers, bringing advanced Israeli technologies in agriculture, in medical devices, in water security technology, and contributing and building an ecosystem based on that.
Since the signing of the Abraham Accords in 2020, when we saw Donald Trump in his first term, how have regional dynamics evolved since that point?
Well, it's a remarkable question, Leigh Ann. I mean, we can look at it and see that it's probably one of the best things that happened in our region for many, many years. Embassies and consulate has been opened both in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Manama, and Rabat. We have the trade volume between us grew up in billions of dollars. We have dozens of agreements on trade, on education, on culture, on health, and many others. Look at the direct flights. We have 98 flights a week, direct flights between Israel and the Emirates, making, people-to-people business environment and culture, everything become completely vibrant. It's absolutely remarkable results.
And there's been growing speculation for a while now about additional countries joining the Abraham Accords, with Saudi Arabia often mentioned as a pivotal player. Donald Trump says it himself. How realistic is that prospect, and what factors might actually influence the decision that Riyadh will make?
Well, I think we have similar sources, and I do believe that it's a bit more than just speculations, but it's a big drama. Leigh Ann, Saudi Arabia joining into the Abraham Accord is a major player. It's going to change the whole game. It's one of the most important Muslim Arab countries. It has an opportunity for themselves to become at the front stage of global diplomacy, of coming, a real progressive, moderated country close to the US, close to the West, and bring further opportunities. What is the triggers? I believe that actually we have the right men at the right time, and I'm not speaking only about Donald Trump and Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, of course, but I do speak about His Excellency, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. I think that he's the right leader that can bring this courage and his pragmatic views on so many things. I mean, we can see his initiatives. It's just mind-blowing. IMEC, the Indian Middle East Economic Corridor, which is an amazing vision. His plans are for 50 years or 70 years ahead. And I believe that we have a great opportunity when everybody's on the board with the right leadership to bring Saudi and change dramatically the path of our region.
May, Kazakhstan has been the first country to join the Abraham Accords since the war in Gaza began. How important is this for Israel as we see their relationship with other international countries deteriorate since October the 7th and since a lot of people saw a lot of atrocities in Gaza?
Well, it's true. I do believe that our foreign relation has deteriorated, but I do believe that as long as the Gaza situation is starting to be cleared, Hamas will be dismantled, and the reconstruction of Gaza will begin. I do believe that things will be looking brighter and brighter. It is very important that other countries looking at it. I think that this is vouching for the success and vouching for the process, making this region, a better place to live in. So I think it's a great news from Kazakhstan, because we did have, as I said, a good diplomatic relation, but joining the Abraham Accord in this point of time is voting confidence in the process and voting confidence that the serious, moderated countries want to have a change.
May Okabi, a pleasure to have you on. Thank you for your insights.
Thank you very much.
Now, locals living in Khartoum say they have heard explosions near the Sudanese capital today, a day after rapid support forces agreed to a humanitarian truce. Khartoum, currently controlled by the army, has been relatively calm since the military regained control earlier this year. But the RSF have continued to strike both military and civilian areas. The group recently captured Al Fasher in western Darfur, where hundreds of people were killed and thousands others displaced. I'm now joined from the Port Sudan by Al Arabiya correspondent Al Migdad Hassan. Al Migdad, thank you so much for your time this evening. Great to have you on the show. Locals in Khartoum say they have heard explosions near the Sudanese capital today. What more can you tell us?
Thank you, Leigh Ann. Yes, they are more from the ground here, the latest from the ground. There are many events today by the Rapid Support Forces. Rapid Support Forces, RSF, launched several drone attack by suicide drone attack on Khartoum city, especially in Omdurman, one of the main city in the capital. The locals there and our report and our sources there told us that they were hear explosion near power station and near the northern area, which incubate a military base for the Sudanese army. And the anti-craft and anti-missile by the Sudanese army have tried to lie down those drones, and there are many explosions after the suicide drones lie on the ground. Also in the northern state, or in the River Nile state, I mean Atbara, the city of Atbara also have shown many and several drone attacks by the Rapid Support Forces, and also the surface-to-air missiles by the Sudanese army have tried to lie down and shut down those RSF's suicidal drone attack, and there were no casualties. Immediate report to casualties on those city. There are also another confrontation and another suicidal drone attack by the Rapid Support Forces in the city of Al-Ubaid in North Kordofan, which is one of the main and base stronghold for the Sudanese army in the northern in the North Kordofan state. So when we see those military events escalating day by day, we see that the city of Bara right now is another battleground for the both sides in the upcoming days, because the city of Bara, one of the key town, lie away from city of Al-Ubaid, about 40 kilometers. So we expect that the city of Bara in the upcoming days will see an event of military event and event of military escalation.
So you just mentioned a few places to me there. Let's talk about it a little bit more, because the RSF did accept a humanitarian ceasefire a day before we saw attacks, like you just told me, on Khartoum, Atbara and Al-Baideh. How is the army viewing this development and this truce?
The military perspective about what the RSF saying is skeptical, and there is raising tensions and doubts about what they are saying, because the military condition about the truce for the RSF is to withdraw their troops from the civilians areas, from the area controlled right now in Darfur, and lie their arms down to the Sudanese army. And I think there is many skeptical by experts, by military sources, about this truce can be held on and can be stable. Because when we see that within the past 24 hours that the RSF launches several attacks towards cities controlled by the Sudanese army, and targeting civilians facility and targeting military bases on those cities, and also talking about acceptance of this peace, the military perspective and the military leaders are skeptical about what they are saying. And there are many conditions said in many statements by the Sudanese army leaders, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, that this war is a legitimate for Sudanese people, and they are appealing to defeat the Rapid Support Forces in the upcoming day till they end the war in the country. So there are many experts and the things in the ground doubts that this truce will be held and be stable for the upcoming days.
And let's talk a little bit about the humanitarian situation right now in Western Darfur. How can aid agencies intervene to help ease the dire conditions faced by thousands of displaced people in Sudan? And we've just been talking about how dangerous some areas are.
When we talk about the humanitarian situation on West Darfur region and on the city of Al-Fashir, especially for the aid workers to intervene, such a tragic city that have seen a mass killing by the Rapid Support Forces, as the UN-led body, Human Rights, said that received a horrendous reports about mass killing, about rape, sexual violence, and forcibly displaced personnel from the city of Al-Fashir. We talk about a big challenges facing those humanitarian workers and faces UN OCHA itself. UN OCHA called upon RSF to open corridors, to open roads for intervene and alleviate the dire situation for thousands who have been displaced to nearby town Tawila after the RSF take over the city of Al-Fashir. So there are major challenges, concerning challenges toward the UN workers and aid workers about the safety, about their safety, about the supply. The UN must increase their supply for those who have been displaced, to make a suitable shelter, to make a mobile clinic, to make a medical service for those who have been forcibly displaced. And we talk about thousands that right now are in open air in the city of Tawila. More than 30,000 have been reaching Tawila in the past few days. And the coordination of refugees in the city and locals told us that there are more than 1.3 million since the war that have been displaced to city of Tawila. So we talk about big challenges towards humanitarian workers and a dire situation. So they need to increase their operation to alleviate the dire situation for those who have been displaced in the past few days.
Thank you so much for joining us. It was brilliant to have you on the show. Al-Migdad Hassan, thank you once again. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A suspicious package delivered to a U.S. military base in Maryland has caused multiple people to fall ill. U.S. media are reporting that the package contained an unidentified white powder. The spokesperson for the Air Force One base said the building in which the envelope was opened was evacuated. Dozens of people have been rushed to hospital after an explosion at a mosque inside a school complex in Jakarta, Indonesia. The incident, which occurred during Friday prayers, injured at least 54 people who were rushed to hospital. The city police chief said that the cause of the explosion is still being investigated. A top German military official claims Russia could launch an attack on NATO territory as early as tomorrow. The general responsible for defense planning also warned that Moscow could mount a larger assault by 2029 if rearmament continues. Moscow has denied any intention to attack NATO. And the UN Security Council has lifted sanctions on Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa. The resolution to remove sanctions received 14 votes in favour, with China abstaining. The Syrian president, who was sanctioned by the UN in 2014, is due to meet US President Donald Trump on Monday. The US Congress has written to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor requesting to interview him regarding his friendship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. A committee is looking into Epstein's sex trafficking operations and financial records, where the King's brother is named. The letter from Congress to the former prince was sent to Royal Lodge in Windsor, which alongside his titles has been taken away from him on account of the serious allegations made in Virginia Giuffre's memoir. For more on this, I'm joined from London by royal commentator Afia Hagen. Afia, it's brilliant to have you back on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So, a fresh blow for the former prince. What reasons did the US Congress give for wanting to interview Andrew Mountbatten Windsor?
A fresh blow indeed for Andrew. This letter, signed by 16 Democrats, asked Andrew to sit for a transcribed interview in front of the Congressional Committee that are investigating the Epstein case. Now, in the letter, they say the committee is seeking to uncover the identities of Mr. Epstein's co-conspirators and enablers to fully understand the extent of his criminal operations. They go on to say that there's well-documented documented allegations against you, along with your long-standing friendship with Mr. Epstein, indicate that you may possess knowledge of his activities relevant to our investigation. So basically, this committee is saying, we want to know what you know, when you knew it, what you know about Epstein, who else was there. We want all the information that you have.
And it's really interesting because Andrew has always maintained his innocence and doesn't legally have to agree to do this interview. But if he doesn't, survivors no doubt will be asking what he has to hide, Afia.
Absolutely. Look, if Andrew is innocent, and like you so rightly said, he has always vehemently denied the allegations against him, if that is the case and he has nothing to hide, then appearing before the US Congress should and technically not be a problem for him. If he is innocent, as he says, then he should be able to sit in front of US Congress with a clean conscience and talk about what he knows. If he ignores this request, because it is a request, it's not an order, it's not a subpoena, he isn't legally bound to appear before Congress right now. If he ignores the request, then it looks like he has something to hide. And if he sits before Congress and, you know, can hold his head high and continue to talk about this and deny everything that's against him and with a clear conscience, then this could go some way towards repairing his reputation. Do we expect him to respond to this? We really don't know. The letter gives him up to the 20th of November to be able to respond to the letter. We don't know what that response will be. But you're right in saying, look, if he is innocent, as he says, then sitting in front of Congress should not be a problem for him.
Yes, we'll have to wait to see if he's going to go or not. But this has been a story the royal family can just not seem to shake. Could we see further repercussions for Andrew and the rest of the royals following this latest request from America?
You're right. This story is just a terrible gift that keeps on giving. We keep getting a drip feed from the Epstein files and the repercussions from it, which is things like this letter from Congress. Look, at the moment, Andrew's titles have been stripped from him by the powers used by the king. He is being moved from Royal Lodge to Sandringham Estates. And there's talk of some of his military titles that haven't yet been stripped from him, being stripped from him. That could potentially happen. The other consequences for him, yes, could be him being forced to appear before US Congress. They could decide to subpoena him and take it to a legally binding form to force him to come to the United States. And it's continual reputational damage for the royal family, for the farm. I mean, this week we have Prince William, the Earthshot Prize, which has been going on in Brazil, and then him attending COP30. But still in the background, we still have all these headlines about Andrew, whether it's the formality of his titles being stripped from him and that put on record this week, or this action by Congress sending him this letter. It just is something the royal family cannot get away from.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see Prince William, as you did rightly say, he was in Brazil for the COP30 climate talks, and he wouldn't be drawn into questions about either Prince Harry or Andrew, would he? He stayed pretty tight-lipped.
Yes, he did. You know, never complain, never explain. He's definitely following that mantra. And he wanted the focus to be on the Earthshot Prize, the winners of that prize, and why he's doing what he's doing. He's 5 years into a 10-year ambitious plan with the Earthshot Prize, and that's what he wanted the focus to be on. And now on COP30, the preliminary meetings this week before the bigger agenda next week. And you're right to say, wouldn't be drawn into anything to do with Andrew, to do with Harry, to do with anything apart from COP30 this week.
As you say, he was purely professional. And finally, Afia, Prince Harry, he's had to make a public apology today, but it's a little less serious than what we've been talking about. It's all about his allegiances to sporting. Can you tell us a little bit more here?
Yes, that's right. So Prince Harry making an apology for wearing a Los Angeles Dodgers baseball cap. And I think we can take a look at that now.
Well, firstly, I would like to apologise to Canada for wearing it. Secondly, I was under duress. There wasn't much choice. I was invited to the LA Dodgers box, or the dugout, by the owner himself, so I was doing what I thought was the polite thing to do. But I'm going to wear this from now on to make sure I don't make any more of those mistakes. But the other piece to this was, as you could probably relate, when you're missing a lot of hair on top and you're sitting under floodlights, you'll take any hat that's available. So, Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, I was Blue Jays throughout. Now that I've admitted that, it's going to be really hard for me to return back to Los Angeles. But no, I'm very sorry to the Canadian public. Devastated that the Blue Jays lost, but go Jays.
So, Afia, tell me a little bit more. Why did he have to apologise? Why did he upset Canada? And I like the fact he admitted he's losing his hair.
Right, Prince Harry, very self-aware. So this was all about last week when Prince Harry and his wife Meghan were front row at one of the World Series matches between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. They were playing in the baseball in the World Series. So there they were wearing Los Angeles Dodgers cap. Now, lots of Canadians taking offense to this. Of course, the royal family, head of state in Canada. And so lots of Canadians were saying, hold on a minute, you should be supporting the Toronto Blue Jays. Of course, Harry and Meghan live in Los Angeles, but they do have a lot of affinity with Toronto. You know, Meghan made suits there. That's where they first sort of outdoored their relationship. That's where they confirmed that they were together at the Invictus Games 2017. And so a lot of Canadians felt, along with the fact that, of course, like I said, the King is head of state of Canada, that they should be wearing Toronto's Blue Jays cap. So that's what Prince Harry was making that slightly tongue-in-cheek apology for there. I think he was talking to CTV News. And like I said, you know, admitting that he is covering up that ever-growing bald spot.
Afia, I must say, schoolboy error there from Prince Harry. Schoolboy error. But Afia Hagen, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Korean officials are investigating what caused a boiler tower to collapse, killing at least 3 people during demolition work on Thursday. Several others are presumed trapped inside the debris of the 60-metre tower at a power plant in Ulsan, South Korea. Chris Gilbert reports.
A demolition job turned deadly. This is all that's left of the Ulsan thermal power plant's boiler tower, which once stood comparable to a 15-story building and generated electricity by boiling water. Now, people are trapped inside its wreckage. It belongs to the state-run Korea East-West Power Company and collapsed while undergoing demolition work. Weakening operations began last month, which involved pre-cutting steel supports to make the structure easier to demolish. Workers were cutting at a height of 25 meters when the structure suddenly caved. The collapse was heard 200 meters away. One person was pronounced dead while found trapped early on Friday. At the time, officials expressed hope to save lives.
There are a total of 9 casualties. Among the 9 people, 2 have been taken to hospital. So 7 people are isolated and trapped, but 2 people were newly discovered a little while ago.
But the 2 hospitalized were also pronounced dead shortly after. Rescuers are continuing their search for more inside the rubble, some presumed dead. But the densely packed debris from the 44-year-old tower is making rescue efforts difficult. Cranes have arrived on site, but officials are cautious about using them. They're concerned strong movements could further collapse the debris and injure those inside. Rescue teams say they're working in incredibly tight spaces and specialists are being deployed to pull out people by hand.
This steel boiler tower was built in 1981. It's been out of operation since 2021. And let me address this one first. It collapsed during demolition work of the boiler tower at the thermal power plant.
Fire authorities are wary the impact of Thursday's incident could also collapse other nearby towers already weakened for demolition. They say they're using all available resources, including rescue dogs and endoscopic cameras, to search for the trapped people. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. The Tesla board have approved a $1 trillion compensation package for Elon Musk. The payout, which will be in stocks, will make Musk the world's first trillionaire. Shareholders have given Elon set targets such as expanding Tesla's market value to $8.5 trillion. British broadcaster ITV is in talks with Sky to sell its entertainment unit for around $2 billion. Earlier, the company's latest financial results showed it was moving to save millions of pounds due to an advertising slowdown. A local media report suggests that the deal would create a more attractive proposition for UK streaming advertisers. Turning to all the sports news now, and a total of 11 arrests were made during a night of protest as Aston Villa played Maccabi Tel Aviv in Birmingham last night. More than 700 police officers were on duty for the Europa League clash amid concerns over potential disorder. The Israeli team lost 2-0 to the English side. And Australian tennis player Nick Kyrgios says his long-term knee injury has improved. The 30-year-old has not played since losing the second round of the Miami Open in March. Kyrgios is due to face women's world #1 Aryna Sabalenka next month in a rare battle of the sexes exhibition match in Dubai. Now, the global wellness industry, which includes health, nutrition and physical activity, is worth over $7 trillion and is expected to reach $9 trillion by 2028. Luxury fitness studio Reform Athletica opened its first studio in the UAE in 2018 and clocked up over 10,000 followers on Instagram in the first few years. Now, co-founder Dina Al-Shurafa is taking the brand worldwide, opening a new studio in Riyadh, its first international venture. And Dina joins me now in the studio, and she is the co-founder of Reform Athletica. Thank you so much, Dina, for your time and for joining me.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to start by asking you a little bit about Reform Athletica. It offers a range of classes, including yoga, Pilates, sculpts. Tell us a little bit more and the philosophy behind the brand.
Sure. Thank you for having me. So Reform Athletica is a fitness wellness destination. We set up shop in Dubai back in 2018. We offer 6 different modalities, including the Legree method, which is a hybrid Pilates strength and conditioning class. It's low impact, high impact but low intensity. And we also have different classes like yoga, deep stretch, sculpt and burn, which is a mat Pilates-based class. And our philosophy has always been to curate classes that are expertly led by a team of excellent instructors, by ensuring that we have a very personal human touch when we deliver our classes. They are intimate by design. We've never wanted to have classes that are large because we wanted to maintain that human connection between the trainer and between our front of house staff with the client. We also invest a lot in the design of the space. We spend a lot of time with our architects in London, TR Studio, who are very good at really engaging with the client and understanding what they need in terms of that client journey. And more importantly, we also invest a lot in the art that goes into the studios. We like to create intimate spaces that inspire clients to work out, but also inspire them to be in a space that they enjoy being in.
Sounds great. Absolutely. Yes. And you first launched your first studio in 2018, and that has had great success in the UAE, like we just said a little bit earlier. And now the plan is to expand, but to expand into Saudi Arabia. Why Riyadh? And basically, why now?
Yeah, great question. I think it's the decision has 2 elements to it for us. The first one is a business and the second is a personal one. The business decision was obviously, as we know, Riyadh is going through a great process of transformation and development. Anyone that visits Riyadh can really engage with the culture, the authenticity of the people, but also the great entrepreneurial spirit that the government is also encouraging looking to set up there. And I think Vision 2030 is such an ambitious development and ambitious aim, and we wanted to be part of it. The Ministry of Sport, the Ministry of Investment is spending a lot of money into making Riyadh a wellness hub, investing a lot of dollars into the social and wellness infrastructure of the country, and you know, it's testament to the country that, you know, great international conferences like FIBO and Beyond Active, which are very well known, are now actually establishing spots in Riyadh. So that for us meant that it was the natural choice, and we wanted to be part of that, and we wanted to engage with that. And the personal side of it is I was born and bred in Saudi Arabia. I was born in Riyadh. So for me to bring back the business to Saudi Arabia is a full circle moment. So it's very, very special for me.
It's like going back home almost, isn't it? And bringing your passion back home. I was actually in Riyadh, and I'll be moving to Riyadh, which is really interesting. I'm really into reform. I'm going to tell everyone about it. And I love studios. And I did go to a few in Riyadh myself to test out the waters ahead of my move there. And right now, what sets Reform Athletica apart from the other kind of studios that are available? Is it that intimacy, the art that you talked to me about?
Yeah, I mean, we view competition as a great thing. We actually view it as a positive because it keeps our quality in check and it keeps our training at its highest standards. I think for us, we are very confident that the quality of the training that we deliver is on par with international standards in London and New York and elsewhere. But also what we bring in terms of the human connection between clients and trainers is something that we think we do very well in Dubai, and we think that we will do that very well in Saudi Arabia. And I think the client journey is something that we're very focused on. From the moment a client comes in, they feel very welcomed and special, and they feel seen. And we are, excited to make sure that this journey continues in Saudi and beyond.
And I really wanted to talk to you about health and wellness. Like right now in today's society and for the last few years, it's been so important. It feels like it's been so pivotal for people to build a community, to make friends, to get fit. I don't know if it's Gen Z, but so much of the culture has changed now when we look at health compared to probably what it was when I was a little bit younger. Do you think going to a fitness studio is now basically like the new nightclub, the new going out? Because I often wonder, we've seen this full circle moment, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is a very renewed focus on health and wellness, but not just from the physical aspect of it, from the mental wellness side, the emotional side, and also the physical side. And I think to your point about, millennials and Gen Zs wanting to, include fitness into their routine is something that we've definitely seen. But I think more so than the Gen Zs and the millennials, the older adults as well are very much engaged in their fitness journey because there's a renewed focus on longevity, on making sure that we live a longer and a healthier lifestyle. So I think we've seen it, in both ends of the spectrum. Both the young and the older are more interested in focusing on that. So it's great to see, and we're very excited to see that also being supported in Riyadh.
And what would you say to anyone watching this who would like to come to one of your classes but might feel a little bit nervous because it can be intimidating? What's your advice?
As with anything, don't be intimidated. I think the first time's always a little bit daunting, but our trainers are very experienced in dealing with clients of all levels and of all fitness abilities, and we want to welcome everyone. Fitness shouldn't be restricted to a certain group of people. It should be open to anyone, and we encourage everyone to try it, and don't be intimidated. It's always the first time, and then you can push through it.
No, I agree with that. And men, should we get all the men encouraged to come along? Because I don't know about you, but I always watch on Instagram men doing Legree or Pilates, and it's quite amusing. Yeah. But they can be quite good at it, can't they?
No, absolutely. And I think there's a perception that Pilates or Legree is not for men because it's seen more of a female-focused type of exercise. But every time we've had men in our studio, they're surprised as to how difficult the workout is. So we want to encourage it, and we're actually hopeful that because of our location in Riyadh and the diplomatic quarter, we'll be able to offer classes for both men and women, which we hope to be one of the first studios to do that in Riyadh. So we're very excited.
Oh, thank you so much for coming in to talk to me. It was an absolute pleasure. I really enjoyed it. Thank you
very much.
Dina Al-Sharafa. Once again, a pleasure.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Trump reveals Kazakhstan will join the Abraham Accords as it seeks to improve relations between Israel and the Middle East nations. Explosions are heard near the Sudanese capital of Khartoum a day after the RSF agreed to a humanitarian ceasefire. And Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is summoned by the US Congress as they look into his friendship with paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye, happy Friday, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
I'm Melinda Nucifora, and coming up, I'll bring you a special episode of Counterpoints from the sidelines of the IISS Manama dialogue here in Bahrain. We'll dive deep into the geopolitical interaction between the Gulf and Europe. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Now, football holds unparalleled global power as the world's most popular and commercially valuable sport. Or more than just a game, many would argue that football functions as a global language with international reach and significance that are hard to match. Well, the beautiful game has had an important part to play in Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 and beyond the year 2030, because the Kingdom will, of course, host the World Cup in 2034. Well, let's find out more now. We can speak to Dr. Christian Coates-Ulrichsen, who is the author of a new book entitled Kingdom of Football, Saudi Arabia and the Remaking of World Soccer. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Christian.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Now, let's start by making a point, really, which is that Saudi Arabia isn't new to football, is it? The Kingdom has got a rich football heritage. Some clubs are reaching centenary milestones, aren't they?
Yes, some of the earliest clubs, especially Al Ittihad in Jeddah, will be celebrating its centenary in a couple of years. And some of the other clubs in the Eastern Province in the 20s, 30s and 40s. So there's been a football ecosystem for decades. There's been a football league since the 1970s. Rivellino, the captain of Brazil, joined Al Hilal in 1978, made a splash comparable to when Ronaldo joined Al Nassr in 2023. And of course, Saudi Arabia will all remember the USA 94 World Cup 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago now, when the Saudis beat Belgium with that incredible goal from Saeed El-Owaidan and got to the second round. And the Saudis have also
reached 5 successive Asian Cup finals, winning 3 of them in the 80s and 90s. So there's a long history that we don't maybe see in other Gulf states that we have seen in Saudi in their engagement with football.
Absolutely, Christian. You make that point, don't you, that Saudi Arabia has indeed played in some World Cups. Now, I want to ask you, how do you see football helping to deliver some of the goals of Vision 2030?
Well, I think there's a couple of different ways in which they can contribute. One is, of course, having major events in Saudi Arabia. There's the AFC Asian Champions League every year now in Saudi, the final 8, quarterfinal, semi-final and final. The Asian Cup in 2027, obviously the World Cup in 2034. So these will bring huge numbers of visitors to the kingdom to try to strengthen the tourist and sport sectors, which are key areas of Vision 2030. I think we have to also look at the sports policy in collaboration with tourism, using sport to generate awareness that something's changing in Saudi Arabia, that the Saudi Arabia people thought they knew 20 years ago is no longer the Saudi Arabia we see today, that many more people have probably heard of Vision 2030 as a result of football and investments in golf and boxing and other sports than would have been the case had there not been such investment, and really creating a sense of excitement, creating a sense of buzz that Saudi Arabia is the place to be. And of course, when you have stars like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi posting on social media to their 500 million followers about the times they're having in Saudi Arabia, that gives you a kind of an unparalleled global reach. So I think it all helps to generate awareness that things are changing and that creating a buzz that will be necessary if the giga projects are to come to fruition and to be populated by residents, by visitors, to meet all the ambitious targets that Saudis have set for tourist numbers and obviously foreign direct investment as well.
Absolutely. So football is going to boost visitor numbers to the kingdom and also boost Saudi Arabia's soft power. What about hosting the World Cup in 2034? What message does that send out about the kingdom and its global standing?
Well, I think it sends out a very clear message that Saudi Arabia is able and willing to be the first single country host of a 48-team World Cup. We'll have 3 hosts next year in US, Canada and Mexico, and then 6 hosts in 2030. It, I think, cements the notion that the Gulf in general is the new epicenter of sport, especially in the Asian Confederation, where we've had now 4 out of 5 Asian Cups taking place in the Gulf. Obviously, we had the World Cup in Qatar in 2022, so a second World Cup in 12 years. And I think the lesson from 2022 was that the Saudi performance, especially the win over Argentina, the absolute scenes of wild celebration that followed it, showed that Saudi Arabia has a depth to its football passion that many people outside Saudi Arabia maybe weren't aware of. And so hosting it in 2034, I think, would be a way to showcase the depth of interest and feeling across the kingdom in football more generally.
Now, there's quite a bit of excitement, isn't there, as there always is, about the infrastructure for the World Cup in Saudi Arabia. What sort of flavour does the excitement give us about the sorts of stadiums we might be seeing for this World Cup? I mean, there's this idea of a stadium in the sky. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think building new stadiums is more of it's a better way to use, obviously, finite resources, allocation of resources, than, say, some of the more ambitious projects, such as the Line, which were always more about appealing to an international investor class. Whereas building stadiums will be much more focused on domestic Saudi interests, on domestic Saudi participation. I have no doubt that the stadiums that are built will be as daring architecturally as some of the ones in Qatar were in 2022. And I think it obviously will be an infrastructure that will be there for the future. It won't just be a one-off. We obviously have some of the stadiums being built for 2027 for the Asian Cup, and these will remain infrastructural projects that will continue into the 2040s probably. So they're looking, I think, much further ahead in 2030 and creating that infrastructure that will last for decades.
Now, can you put a figure on, or even give us a sort of a guesstimate on the sort of value that football adds to the Saudi economy?
Well, I think that's maybe difficult to pin down specifically, but I mean, football and sport in general is probably undervalued. It's a huge untapped market, and there is obviously a massive interest in Saudi Arabia for the sport to grow. We've obviously seen already Al Hilal, Al Nasser, the big four teams that the PIF has invested into, getting sold out crowds, 40 to 50,000. Once the supporting infrastructure is there, I have no doubt there's at least in the billions of dollars that the Saudi sports economy can begin to generate. And I think this indicates also that Vision 2030 is able to evolve, because when the vision was launched in 2016, there wasn't that much emphasis on sport, but we now see a much greater focus on sport and tourism and entertainment, of course, as well. And it shows how the vision is able to adapt to changing circumstances and new opportunities as they arise. And I think also the 2034 for the World Cup, it obviously takes the pressure off 2030 as the kind of delivery date for all the projects, in the sense that it gives an extra 4 years of construction of major projects that will allow existing projects to open in sequence, maybe an initial phased opening in 2030 and then scaling up to full capacity by 2034. So it takes some of the pressure off 2030 as the delivery date for some of the projects, just because 2030 is now only 4 years away. It seemed a long time away in 2016, but it's coming up quick.
Absolutely. Now, 70% of the population of Saudi Arabia is under the age of 30. So we're talking here about a young population, by the looks of things, a very connected population. How do you see football fitting into that and also shaping national Saudi identity?
Well, I think it gives Saudi youth something to look at, to feel proud of. Certainly another way of connecting with the vision, with the progress made on securing the World Cup, on transforming the big Saudi teams and potentially other Saudi teams as well. It's another point of connectivity. And I think also internationally, it indicates that Saudi youth are just as fun-loving, as football-obsessed as young people all over the world. And I would argue that the win over Argentina in the World Cup in Qatar did more for Saudi soft power than anything the government could have said or done, because it was spontaneous, it was bottom-up, it was just scenes of pure joy. And so the image it sent of Saudis being just as obsessed as people all over the world, I think, was very powerful.
Now, do you think that football is shifting global perceptions about Saudi Arabia?
Yes, I think it is. And I think it's also been striking how, so far at least, there hasn't been as strong a backlash to Saudi Arabia hosting the World Cup as there was, for example, in and after 2010, when Qatar won the rights for 2022. I think that's partly because Qatar was the first. Obviously, the first is always the most sort of consequential in some ways. But I think what was striking in 2023, when the Saudis became the preferred bidder for the World Cup, was there was a sense almost of not resignation, but inevitability about it. That something just even 5 years before, the idea of Saudi hosting a World Cup would have been almost unthinkable. And by 2023-24, it became inevitable. So I think it already has begun to shift external perceptions about Saudi Arabia. And I suspect that the next 10 years will continue to do so, and to sort of normalize Saudi Arabia and to maybe do away with some of the outdated stereotypes and perceptions that people may still have had going back to the 1990s or post 9/11.
Sure. Well, let's go back now to football itself, the game. Because in your book, you talk about the post-Ronaldo era in Saudi Arabia. And I wonder why you mentioned that. What's the point you're trying to make there?
Yes, well, in the book, I look at other examples to develop and grow football leagues. And the one I looked at with interest was the North American Soccer League in the 1970s in the US. And they never really replaced Pelé. And they had the most famous footballer in the world joining the New York Cosmos, just as Ronaldo joined Al Nasser, and they really struggled to replace Pelé. They bought Franz Beckenbauer, Johan Cruyff, George Best, genuine legends of the game, Johan Cruyff as well. But there wasn't the same level of kind of awareness at that time among the American public. Now, obviously, with the Saudi case, there's much greater awareness of key individuals. So I don't think it's as much of an issue when Ronaldo leaves, but just because Ronaldo was the first superstar to go, and in some way he actually opened the door for so many others to follow, I think it will be a case of trying to fill his boots with some other huge names when, of course, he will retire, because he's already, I think, almost 41 years old. So I think finding a way to keep him involved, either as an ambassador or in some other capacity, will probably offset any shift away from his playing career.
Cristiano Ronaldo is definitely a hard act to follow. I mean, who do you think might follow in his footsteps in this post-Ronaldo era? What sort of signings might we see?
Well, I think some of the signings for 2023 are up for renewal in 2026. So if some of the younger players extend, that will be beneficial from the Saudi side. I think there's obviously been an extensive speculation for years about Mo Salah, and I mean, that would make sense from a sort of Muslim point of view as the sort of great superstar of the Islamic world. So to have Mo Salah eventually join a Saudi club when he leaves Liverpool, I think that would maybe be something that Saudis would put a lot of effort into. Obviously, Lionel Messi just extended for another couple of years in the US, so he won't be finishing his career in Saudi, as was the subject of speculation in 2023 before he joined Inter Miami. So I think Mo Salah would be the one they would try and get to end his career in Saudi.
Yeah, you say end his career, but do you think we might also see some players going to Saudi Arabia in the prime of their careers?
Yes, we've already started to see some of that in 2023. And I think also the performance of many of the players based in Saudi Arabia at the European Championships in 2024. There were several Spanish players, for example, who were key performers for the Spanish national team when they won the tournament. So I think it indicated that going to Saudi Arabia wasn't a career-killing move, even for players at the prime of their career. And I think that was maybe a strong sense of reassurance for other players who might be tempted to follow, that you're not condemning yourself to sort of marginalization if you're going to play in Saudi for a couple of years.
Okay, let's talk a bit about homegrown talent. What needs to be done to ensure there are more homegrown players? I mean, do they need, for example, more academies over there in Saudi Arabia?
Yes, I think this is where the Saudi experiment is more of a struggle, in the sense that the authorities have continually increased the number of foreign players who can play on each team, and that has actually squeezed the opportunities for young Saudi talent. And we see that feeding into national team performances. The Saudis struggled to qualify for the World Cup. They eventually made it, but it was a bit of a struggle. I think Roberto Mancini, when he was the coach last year, actually referred to some of the problems of only having a small group to pick from who are actually starting. So I think investment in the broader ecosystem of training facilities, of the sort of deepening out the club infrastructure will eventually help, and academies and so on and so forth. Because if you only have a league of foreign superstars, that is going to affect the domestic game, and they will need to figure out how to have a balance between the foreign stars and the local Saudi talent, of whom there are very many.
Now, a little bit earlier on in the conversation, you were drawing parallels between the Saudi Pro League and America's MLS, and it made me think about Japan's J-League, for example, as another parallel that perhaps could be drawn here. Any lessons, do you think, that perhaps Saudi Arabia can learn from other countries' football league experiences?
Yes, I mean, I also actually do look at the J-League in the book, and also the Chinese Super League too. And I mean, the Chinese Super League in the mid-2010s was grabbing international attention for the same reasons as the Saudi one, with massive transfer fees bringing key players to China. I think with the J-League, the lesson that the Saudis can take is that initially bringing foreign imports was a risk. And once I think they recalibrated to try to make the teams in Japan more local, more organic, that actually gave it a durability that perhaps wasn't there in the 1990s, when they were bringing initially aging foreign stars like the Saudi Pro League has started to do in 2023. The teams have to be organic. They have to be much more long-term in their thinking. And that actually has led to a significant increase in Japanese national team performances and in the performance of Japanese clubs in the Champions League in Asia. I think that's a lesson for the Saudis. Think long-term and don't just move beyond the kind of importation of aging foreign stars, because that will only take you so far.
Now, you alluded to this a little earlier on, and we're not just talking about football here as being an important business. There are lots of other sports tournaments as well in Saudi Arabia. There's boxing, there's golf, plenty of high-profile events that come to Saudi Arabia. Do you think, though, of all of them, it's fair to say that football is the most valuable?
I think that's fair, yes. I think football has a global appeal, mass appeal. It's obviously got a much greater reach than many of the other sports. There are different reasons, I think, for engaging with different sports. Golf in the US with Live Golf reaches a very different type of constituency, for example, than many football investments would. So I don't think they're doing a one-size-fits-all strategy, but yes, football has a global appeal and reach that I think other sports simply don't have.
So do you think, therefore, that's why Saudi Arabia has decided to invest perhaps more in football than in some of the other sports?
Yes, I think so. And I think there's obviously just opportunities opening up in terms of especially hosting of big events where, for reasons of cost or for the difficulty of aligning local stakeholders, both for the World Cup and for the Summer and Winter Olympics, there are many fewer countries now who are willing to take on a hosting of this magnitude. And so that's why we've seen over the past decade especially so many more events taking place in what you would consider the global south or the non-Western world. And I think this has opened up opportunities for countries like Saudi Arabia to really engage in a much greater way. And of course, we see the relationship between Saudi Arabia and Gianni Infantino at FIFA really deepening too. So I think stamping Saudi Arabia as the epicenter, the center of gravity for football going forward is probably a very strategic and clever move.
OK, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. But thank you very much indeed. I want to thank you, Christian Coates-Ulrichsen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me. And I think there's a lot going on. There's clearly going to be huge interest in how Saudi Arabia performs at the World Cup in 2026. And so we'll have to sort of watch this space and see what happens next.
OK, exciting times indeed. Well, thank you for watching this special episode of The Real Deal Plus with me, Tom Burges Watson. See you again here soon on Arabiya English.
I'm Melinda Nucifora, and coming up, I'll bring you a special episode of Counterpoints from the sidelines of the IISS Manama dialogue here in Bahrain. We'll dive deep into the geopolitical interaction between the Gulf and Europe. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the old town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to this special episode of Counterpoints from the sidelines of the IISS Manama Dialogue here in Bahrain. I'm Melinda Nucifora. During the three-day Regional Security Summit, our team has been fielding a host of interviews and analysis from prominent politicians and power brokers. For this Counterpoints special, I want to bring you two of those discussions, focusing primarily on the geopolitical interaction between the Gulf and Europe. In 2023, for the first time, the European Union appointed a special representative for the Gulf region. It demonstrated a really interesting pivot, maybe, a realignment of priorities for the bloc. Here's my discussion with the EU's special representative to the Gulf, Luigi Di Maio. First of all, you're the first special representative for the Gulf region. Why now? Why did the bloc feel that this is a uniquely important time, that it needs to have a designated focus on the Gulf?
Thank you for this question, because it's the base of my job in a way. We started on around 2020, to realize that this region was becoming more and more critical for our interest in terms of multilateralism, in terms of making stability around the world and making the stability of the Middle East, because the security of this region is our security. So we decided in 2021 to start to collect a new strategy to the GCC in particular, but to the wider Gulf region. And in 2022 we approved it just in the days when Russia invaded Ukraine, and it was very timely, because these countries became more and more during those days and beyond strategic partners, even for managing the crisis in Ukraine, and not only for fossil fuels. They are very instrumental to the exchange of prisoners between Russia and Ukraine and so on. So today, this mandate has 5 pillars: trade, energy, regional security, people-to-people, institutions. And just 1 year ago, we organized the first ever summit of our leaders, 27 European leaders, 6 leaders from GCC in Brussels, at the presence of His Highness the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia and many others. And it was very important, the final statement with common goals to achieve in view of the next summit that will be in Saudi Arabia at the end of 2026.
Should it have happened sooner? Was it an oversight that the EU didn't have that sort of strategic focus earlier?
I always say better late than never. But of course, our member states, they have historical relations with the Gulf countries, with the GCC. There are even countries among our member states that are security and defense partners of the GCC countries. So it's not a matter of the level of relations. It's a matter of engaging with the EU as such, where there is a bottleneck, because there are specific competences of the EU when it comes to trade, when it comes to people, when it comes to regulatory frameworks for energy, green hydrogen, and many other things. So the point was, the member states, I was still foreign minister at the time, the 27 member states, they realized that working united as European Union in dealing with the Gulf, it was better. And so we created this strategy. But it doesn't mean that we started in 2022 or 2020 to develop our relations with them. We already had it.
In your session here at the Manama Dialogue, you said that the EU considers its security and defence integral, or the same as, the security and defence of the Gulf. Why? And can you explain to us how it's so important?
Let's look at the 12 days war between Israel and Iran. We have and we had exactly the same concerns of the Gulf countries. Nuclear, the risk of the spillover of the war, the point of the Strait of Hormuz and the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, the block of the Strait of Hormuz, and even the contamination in case of specific bombardments on some sites, nuclear sites. So if you look at the concerns are the same, even if this region is relatively far from our borders. Why? Because the interest of the Middle East in having stability here, it gives them the opportunity even of having prosperity domestically. Exactly for us, if the Middle East is not stable, our prosperity cannot be developed.
Europe has a lot of its own issues on its own doorstep. I mean, not least the situation in Ukraine, for one. I mean, does the EU have the bandwidth, have the capacity to be focusing further afield when it has so many issues at home?
Yeah, absolutely, because we have countries, member states, that they have a holistic foreign policy. We are members of the G7, members of the Security Council, members of the G20. They are used to have a general approach when it comes to the foreign policy. Then there are the existential threats that we have in Europe. The main one is the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we are very focused on that. But as you know better than me, Saudi and UAE, they were instrumental for negotiating the most important number of exchange of prisoners between Russia and Ukraine. Qatar was very important for the returning of Ukrainian children from Russia. And the rest of the countries are dealing with Ukraine. For instance, UAE just signed an FTA with Ukraine in a way where they are increasing their strategic partnership with Ukraine. Of course, we know their relations with Russia. On one side, we ask them to convey the message to stop this war, to have a ceasefire and to build a lasting peace and durable lasting peace. On the other side, when we don't agree, as all the friends do, we say it to each other.
Mm-hmm. You've spoken, if we turn to the other unfortunate conflict that is dominating the global consciousness, you've spoken about the EU's push together with Saudi Arabia to start actively focusing on phase 2 of President Trump's ceasefire plan for Gaza.
Yeah.
When it comes to the what's next, how concerned are you that this ceasefire won't hold to even allow those plans to be put into place?
We have to be very honest. Before October 7, as international community, we have not done enough for having a durable peace in Gaza, in Palestine, and between Israel and Palestine. Why? Because we were thinking that having the ceasefires around the region, not only in Gaza, and if we look, for instance, at Lebanon, if we look at the situation in Syria at the time and after, we have this idea that we have the ceasefires and then we will see. The point is the implementation of the resolutions of United Nations. There is a resolution, and there was a resolution for each issue before October 7, and there is a resolution even for many of the crises around the region now. Yemen, for instance, or even the point linked to the freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. It's very good that in this plan we have a phase 2, because we will not stay in the idea of just guaranteeing the ceasefire. We have to stabilize the ceasefire. But the next step is the governance, to disarm Hamas, to work on the reconstruction of Gaza, and for a Palestinian state. And the global alliance, like even the French and Saudi initiative in New York, are going in that direction of keeping alive the process for working really for two-state solution in a day that might be even a matter of decades. I don't know. But in any case, we have to keep pushing on that. When I was foreign minister, I remember very well that I met several ministers around the world during 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. The Palestinian issue was even not in the first 5 of 10 bullets point or your speaking points. Because at the time, for everybody, there was the peace there. But it was a very fragile peace, as we saw.
Mm. So what do you think that the EU can bring in conjunction with its Gulf partners to ensure that we get to that next step?
First of all, I think that, as High Representative Kaja Kallas just said recently in an interview, European Union has to be a player, not only a payer. And this is very important because we are the largest donor of the Palestinian Authority at world level, the largest donor of UNRWA. We have 2 missions on the ground, EUBAM Rafah, EUPOL COPS. We have a delegation, that one in Israel and one in Ramallah, in Jerusalem, that are very big and equipped with many skills from all over the region for helping the Palestinians, for helping the peace between Israel and Palestine. But it's not enough. This is why our idea is to partner more and more with the Gulf countries and the rest of the Middle East countries for working concretely on a political process. And the process has to go to the two-state solution with the intermediary steps like the governance, the board of peace, for instance, is very interesting for us to look how to join it, and even the reconstruction. Let's work more and more with the Egyptians, looking at this conference for the reconstruction of Palestine, in order to understand how to create a sustainable process for the reconstruction. But here in the region, you always hear one sentence that is very important. Okay, we want to reconstruct Gaza. Are we sure that we'll not destroy it again? And this is the point. The process of reconstruction of Gaza goes hand in hand with the political process for a stable Palestine or a state of Palestine.
Just finally, before we run out of time, you pointed ahead, you mentioned the meeting coming up in 2026 in Saudi Arabia. What are your priorities? What do you want to have ready to be signed off, launched and announced by then?
Honestly, the summit, as I told you, is the second ever. It shows even the gap we have to fill. We are still at the second ever summit of our leaders. We have an association agreement with GCC since 1988, when I was 2. And now, just in 2024, we had the first summit. So we have to push, we have to keep pushing. The point is very easy, very simple. We have common and mutual interest on trade, on renewable energies, on regional security, on people to people. And there are many projects ongoing. Inshallah, let's hope that in view of the summit, we are able to deliver concretely with a good hand on many of these processes.
We look forward to covering that meeting in 2026.
Thank you, you're very welcome.
Luigi Di Maio, thank you so much for joining us here on Counterpoints.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much. Bye.
Lovely to see you. Later, during the summit, I was able to get the perspective from the other side of that geopolitical equation. I sat down with His Excellency Yasser Mohammed Al Badawi, the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council. It's a pleasure to welcome His Excellency Yasser Mohammed Al Badawi, the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council. Thank you so much for joining us, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Melinda, for having me on Arabiya English.
In an interview that I did here on the sidelines of the Manama dialogue with the EU's Special Representative to the Gulf, Luigi Di Maio, he said that the stability and prosperity of the Gulf region is exactly intertwined with the security and prosperity of Europe. Why do you think that the GCC has found itself almost the gatekeeper of stability across the globe?
It is the common, wise foreign policy of all GCC countries that put us into that status. The whole world looks at us as a reliable partner, as a reliable and strategic partner. We are engaged with the whole international community to make sure not only the stability and the security of our region is secured, but the whole international community, peace and stability is also secured. We are straightforward, we are transparent, we are result-oriented countries that really look into the future and deal with everybody in equality. We are engaged with so many strategic partnerships with so many countries and so many blocs, and I'm ready to speak about it if the time permits.
Indeed. We know that this is the first time the EU has had a special representative to the Gulf. We know that NATO is opening an office in the Gulf for the first time ever. Do you think it's long overdue that other parts of the world realise how strategically important and how valuable the Gulf is?
They do realize, they do understand how important the GCC is. We are engaged in dialogues from Russia to China to India to the ASEAN to the EU, United States, Mercosur, Australia. We are very much involved with everybody internationally, let alone our brothers and sisters in the Arab world. We are also engaged deep talks and strategic partnerships with Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, even Yemen. We are standing up for Yemen and trying to help it with everything that we can. The GCC is iconic now. The GCC has reached the status both politically and economically that we have become a major part in every international equation. We are a very important element in any equation.
You mentioned economic, and I'm absolutely going to come to that. But before we do, it would be remiss of me not to hark back to September's strike on Doha. by Israel. Since then, has the GCC changed its defensive posture? Has it forced the collective to view their joint defence differently? And if so, what changes have been made?
Well, right after the strikes on Doha, the leaders of the GCC held an extraordinary summit in support for our brothers in Qatar, and called upon the ministers of defense of the GCC to hold an extraordinary meeting in order to look into ways to increase our military cooperation. We are all part of a GCC defense treaty, which covers everybody. Our charter says any attack on any GCC country means it's an attack on all the GCC. So the ministers of defense, when they met in their extraordinary meeting, came up with 5 major points. The first one is to increase intelligence sharing through the Unified Military Command. Also, they called to work on transmitting the full air picture to all operations centers in the GCC states. Mm-hmm. Also, they made sure to accelerate the efforts of the GCC Joint Working Team on the early warning system against ballistic missiles. The 4th point was to update joint defense plans in coordination between the Unified Military Command and the GCC operations and the training committees. The last point, the 5th point that the ministers of defense have agreed on, is to conduct joint exercises between air operations and air defense centers within the next 3 months, to be followed by a live joint air exercise after that. So this is the collective effort that the GCC countries have taken on a military basis.
Is that the first time that they've had those sort of joint military exercises to that level? Has it been ramped up since this?
No, it hasn't. It's continuous. Mm-hmm. We have maritime exercises, naval exercises, air exercises, and army exercises. It's joint. They do them separately, and after every 2 years, they do a big, huge joint with live ammunition that has Navy, air, and military.
You mentioned early warning systems in one of those 5 points. That was an issue, obviously, in the Doha strike. Is there now a greater importance put on having an autonomous control of an early warning system?
Yes, this is what we are working on with our friends in the United States. Is the early warning system against ballistic missiles that it's joint. It's an umbrella that covers the 6 countries, and we're doing it with the United States.
You alluded to in your first statements about the amount of influence the GCC countries have on the broader international community. The US has obviously exerted significant pressure on Israel to get this current ceasefire in Gaza over the line. Do you think the US would have acted so decisively without GCC pressure, support, and intervention?
Well, GCC countries, not only with the United States, with every single country or bloc that has a special relationship with Israel, we are very adamant about it. We are very straightforward. We have been calling upon all of Israel's friends to make sure to convince Israel to refrain from its act. Finally, it paid off. Finally, the international community realized how great the massacre done by Israel on the Palestinian people. So yes, we are talking with everybody. We are discussing it with everybody at every different level.
How concerned are you by the fragility of the current ceasefire?
Well, it depends on Mr. Netanyahu, how he translates the next step. But the road is clear and obvious to everybody. First of all, the ceasefire. Second of all, assistance to be flown to Gaza on a continuous basis. Thirdly, rebuilding Gaza. Fourthly, the two-state solution. These are very important four elements that have to be implemented in order to reach peace in the region.
What role do you see the GCC playing in ensuring that this ceasefire moves to phase 2?
Well, we are with the international community. It's a joint decision. It's a joint effort by everybody. The discussion has to be there all the time. Phase 2 is very important. Maintaining phase 1 and making sure that there are no attacks by Israel, which is happening almost on a daily basis on Gaza. This has to stop. Then comes phase 2. Phase 2 has to be a collective effort by everybody, as was phase 1.
Part of that, as you mentioned, is the recognition of a Palestinian state, something that GCC countries, no least with their partners in Europe, have been instrumental in. The current US administration still hasn't openly expressed its support for a two-state solution. Do you think we will see a Palestinian state without US support?
Well, the United States is definitely a major partner in the peace process. And asking them to recognize Palestine is something that we do on a regular basis. Their support for that solution is essential and important. We hope that one day they do. We know that there are many voices within the United States that call for the two-state solution. The international community now has basically recognized Palestine. 4 out of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council have recognized Palestine now. I think one day we will see a United States administration recognizing Palestine, definitely. And we hope it's this one, Mr. Trump's administration.
When you discuss it with the Trump administration officials, what response are you getting from them?
I think you should ask them that.
Indeed. When we were opening our statements, you mentioned the economy, obviously incredibly important when we talk about development and stability, not just in the region, but in the broader community. We've seen the first visit to the Gulf by a British finance minister, I believe in about 6 years. Rachel Reeves flew to the region to discuss the progression of a free trade deal with the Gulf Cooperation Council countries. How is that progressing? She says she's very confident that it will be done soon. Do you share her confidence?
I do. We had a joint meeting last week in Kuwait between the 6 ministers of trade of the GCC, plus the UK Minister for Trade. The discussion was very positive and productive. We're almost 96% done with the FTA. There are the remaining 4%. We discussed the 4% with Minister Chris of the UK. We expressed to him our joint views on these remaining issues. He came back with us with some alternatives, some options to iron out these differences. We are studying them now. Hopefully we can get consensus on them and sign the FTA in 2025. It is a very important step. The UK is a major trade partner with the GCC. Most of our foreign investment is in London and other areas in the UK. The GCC countries' sovereign funds control about 34% of the whole international investment worth of $3.4 trillion. It's a power you don't reckon with. When we come with positivity. We bring good stuff with us, good things. We create jobs. We move economies. So signing an FTA with us really is a good option.
Will we see it before the end of the year?
I hope so. I'm working very hard to make sure it happens before the end of this year.
We are experiencing, though, a 20-year hiatus of negotiations with Europe for their free trade agreement. I had read commentary from the EU saying that it was restarting, but I am not sure if that is the case.
Well, the negotiations with the EU has suspended and has not yet resumed. But what we are doing now is discussing with them what can we do to resume these negotiations. We are in the early stages of testing the water between us, and I hope it comes to life very soon.
Mm-hmm. What's the sticking points?
It's terms of reference. There is a huge TOR which we have to agree on. What should be in the FTA, what should not be in the FTA. These are the issues that we are discussing. Both sides have points they want to add. Both sides have points they want to remove. And it's just too technical of issues that needs to be fixed.
Mm-hmm. The World Bank Group's Vice President has described the GCC as a global force for good in terms of development finance. How intertwined do you see the GCC when it comes to supporting regional security through finance?
Well, a lot of GCC countries have development funds that work in so many areas in the world. We use these funds as opportunity, not as challenges. We are, as I told you earlier, when we come with all positivity. We come with a win-win scenario. We are very proud of these development funds. They have served so many areas. I was in Aden 2 years ago. I saw many GCC positive presence there, hospitals, schools, electricity grids, you name it. It was there in Aden and many other countries, in poor areas in Asia, all of Africa and in the Arab world. Even in Latin America, we are also there, and the Caribbean. So we really use that leverage to help people, to help the infrastructure, and to help bring peace and stability to them.
So it's an approach of assistance through investment, not assistance through aid.
Both. We do both. Before, at the early stages, it was only aid. But now we are mixing investment and aid, which is, investment is even better to the economy of the country that is receiving the
much more long-term support.
Definitely.
Your Excellency, it's been a pleasure to have you on Counterpoints. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Melinda, for having me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in to this special episode of Counterpoints from the sidelines of the IISS Manama Dialogue in Bahrain. You can find our latest episodes on YouTube at the Al Arabiya English channel, and of course follow us on X and TikTok for all of our latest episodes. Thanks for joining us. I'm Melinda Nucifora.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to this interview with the UK Foreign Minister, Yvette Cooper. Thank you for this chance and welcome to Riyadh.
It's lovely to be here.
So, since we are in Saudi Arabia, tell us more about the UK-Saudi relationship, especially when it comes to trade.
Well, this is a hugely important relationship for us. It's a hugely important friendship, a long historic friendship. We already have very strong trading links on issues ranging from energy, security, a whole range of different areas. But we want to strengthen and broaden those trading links. And I've been today in the Riyadh Stock Exchange talking about financial services cooperation, the many different areas that we can strengthen that relationship. Because I know I've known for many years about the work being done here around Vision 2030, and that's why I was keen to see all of the work that's been done and how we can strengthen that trading relationship, that economic relationship, but also that political and diplomatic partnership as well.
And what does the UK specifically want from Saudi Arabia when it comes to trade?
Well, we want to strengthen our trading links. It could be a whole series of areas where we think around life sciences, around technology, around different investment opportunities in both of our countries. We already have 1,900 British companies operating here in Saudi Arabia, and we want to strengthen those links because we think that is good for growth in the UK. It's also good for growth here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but it's good for that trading partnership that we build those links that are so important already.
Let's talk about politics, because also this is one of the very important topic for our viewers and for Saudi Arabia. Sir Keir Starmer said that the UK can use its experience with the Northern Ireland solution and expertise and help in disarming Hamas. What did the US or the Israelis or the Palestinians say regarding this?
Well, as we know, I think we're all of us hugely relieved that the ceasefire is in place. It's fragile, but it is in place as a result of the US-led peace initiative. But there's been a huge amount of work to get to this point, and we know there's a huge amount of work still that needs to be done in order to deliver a just and lasting peace. And that means, for us, that means we have recognised the state of Palestine because we believe that we need to ultimately have a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living alongside each other. That's the only way that we will get that peace and security for everyone. But of course, there's crucial issues that need to be dealt with along the way. Part of President Trump's 20-point plan is around the decommissioning of weapons of Hamas as part of that peace process. The UK does have experience of the decommissioning process around Northern Ireland, and that's why we have put forward proposals as part of those negotiations and as part of that peace process. What we've also offered to do is to support things like demining, because we know that there are unexploded ordnances across Gaza. We need to be able to deal with those in order to make it safe to get the humanitarian aid in that is desperately, desperately needed.
If we talk about the Northern Ireland model, which has been discussed all over, right? The model also dictates that Hamas will have a role in Gaza. Is this something that the UK will accept, at least political role?
Well, we've been clear, and it's part of the 20-point plan, but we also made it very clear in all of the statements that we've made that Hamas can have no role in the governance of Gaza or the governance of Palestine. We have always made that extremely clear as part of our support for this peace process, and we believe that is essential to making sure that we can get the just and lasting peace. But we've set out different proposals about how we get that decommissioning, because Hamas has agreed, as part of them signing up to this ceasefire and to President Trump's 20-point plan, that they will demilitarise, but now we need to make sure that there is an effective process to do that.
So the UK and the West is okay with a Hamas, a political Hamas?
No, well, they need
political party.
Well, no, we've been clear that they cannot be part of the governance of Gaza or the governance of Palestine.
There are many plans: the Trump plan, the Tony Blair plan, and many initiatives, the Saudi French plan. Which is the UK's preference, and is the Tony Blair part of the UK government approach also?
Well, a lot of people put forward proposals during the summer of different ways. We put forward proposals as how we have a framework for peace, because all of us know that the ceasefire is only the first step. There are so many further things that need to happen in order for it to be a just and lasting peace. So different people have put forward different proposals and different measures, but all of those, I think, have now fed into the 20-point plan that President Trump set out, and that is what all parties signed up to and signed up to support. So that is what we now have to take forward. Of course, there will be lots of detailed work to do along the way, but it is that US-led peace initiative that I think we are supporting and that I think many people are supporting to deliver now.
So a lot of instability in the region. Let's move to Lebanon. Hezbollah has not disarmed yet. And Israel is threatening to launch a major military offensive up to Beirut, like it's been in the news recently. Is it realistic to ask the Lebanese army, knowing its capabilities, to disarm Hezbollah?
Well, I think nobody wants to see a return to conflict. That would be deeply damaging, and it's really important that everyone works to prevent that taking place. It's also important, of course, we want to see the disarmament of Hezbollah. Has been a deeply destructive force in the region, but is why we support the continual work to have not just the work that the UN has led in the area, but also the work for the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army as the recognised forces to be able to continue to work to ensure that we get that peace, that stability, and of course we do need to see the disarmament of Hezbollah.
The UK is involved in the border between Lebanon and Syria. Have you had any role, or are you suggesting any role for the UK to also organise the border between Lebanon and Israel?
Well, we think that this needs to be UN-led processes, and in fact, one of the UK ministers is in the region over the next few days as well. So it's really important that we continue to all work together, but we're clear that this is about UN processes.
How are you supporting the Lebanese army?
So we support the UN-led work in order to be able to ensure that everything possible can be done to stabilise, to have greater stability and security for Lebanon, but also for the region more widely.
Let's talk about Iran. Does the UK still think that Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guard still pose a threat on individuals inside the UK?
Well, I'm afraid we have seen direct threats, Iran-backed threats on UK soil, and that is a deep concern to us and for our national security, and that is why we will always stand firm on national security issues and against any kind of threat from the Iranian regime. As you'll know, we've also been very clear and firm around our concerns around the nuclear programme, the Iranian nuclear programme, and that's why we have also restored and strengthened the sanctions around the nuclear programme as well.
President Trump said 2 weeks ago that the US is ready for a deal as soon as Tehran is. So is a deal with the West imminent?
Well, I think this was on the issue around the nuclear programme. We had hoped, we had continually urged Iran to comply with the nuclear non-proliferation treaty requirements to ensure that they were taking seriously their responsibilities to ensure that they could comply with the inspections, the nuclear programme inspectors, and to be able to do so. And we had called on them many times to do so. In the event, they simply did not respond, but we continue to say we want to see a diplomatic process to restore confidence and cooperation around that nuclear programme and preventing the nuclear programme. So we continue to want that diplomatic process, but because we just did not see that progress taking place, we did not see that compliance, that is why we ended up triggering what they call the snapback process and ensuring that sanctions could be strengthened, could be restored in order to maintain the pressure to comply with the requirements.
But the Iranian regime is, if anything, known about it, that it's patient. Is there a deadline for this?
Well, we will continue to put pressure on, and we'll continue to
And what are the
Iran
options
to
on the
comply.
table? Another military strike?
No, we don't want to see conflict. We don't want to see the conflict return or escalate in any way. What we do, however, want to continue with is a diplomatic pressure on Iran to comply with their basic requirements on nuclear non-proliferation.
Mm-hmm. We see the UK more involved, especially under this government in the Middle East. You're back on the global scene, especially in the Middle East. What has changed, and where are the areas of interest for the UK?
So we do very much feel that for us in the UK, the partnerships we build across the world, across different regions, are what make us stronger back at home. And whether that is our trading partnerships, we know that the trade, the investment partnerships that we have here in Saudi Arabia, but also across the region, we know that those trading relationships are what make our economy stronger. But we also know that the security partnerships, the diplomatic partnerships, that how that also makes us stronger at home. We know that issues, whether it be around Iran, whether it be around issues around Gaza, instability in different parts of the world can have consequences for all of us, and we are all stronger if we maintain those diplomatic partnerships and those trading relationships, those diplomatic relationships and those security relationships. That's why it's so important for me to be here in Riyadh, but it's also why we do see issues around foreign policy, around diplomacy, around those crucial relationships. We want to support peace, we want to prevent conflict in other parts of the world, but we also want that stability and security, because that also helps us back home.
Last question before we wrap. It's headlines, and I cannot avoid this question. Sudan, specifically Al-Fashir. What's the UK stand on this?
It's atrocious. It's really incredibly disturbing what we've seen happening in Al-Fashir. We've seen executions take place in a maternity hospital. We've seen the real reports of the most horrendous atrocities. 130,000 children still at risk as a result of those RSF advances. We are calling for an urgent ceasefire. We are calling for an immediate humanitarian truce so we can support people. It's essential that happens. I'm also particularly troubled by some of the reports that we have seen about sexual violence being used as a weapon of war. These are kinds of atrocities.
Are you involved in the talks for ceasefire as the UK?
So we are supporting, we know that there have been, we support the discussions that have been taking place as part of the Quad involving Saudi Arabia, but also involving the US, the UAE, the Emiratis, and also Egypt as well. That Quad discussions are hugely important, and we'll support that process, but we're also having discussions internationally as well about how we support the process because we do desperately need that ceasefire in place.
I have so many questions about the Middle East, but I know your time is limited. Thank you so much for finding the time for this talk, and good luck.
Lovely to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Casper, thank you very much for this interview. The rising global debt is causing many to sound the alarm about a possible crisis looming. The US is no exception, and just a few days ago, billionaire Ray Dalio warned that the situation in the US right now when it comes to public debt is casting a very similar shadow to that pre-World War II. How worried are you?
Thanks very much for a very complete question that allows me to give you an overview of our views about public finance, public debt, and public debt risks at this point in the world economy. One of our headline messages for the annual meetings is that debt is high, and at this point in time, global public debt is rising fast and is projected to go above 100% of global GDP by 2029. Risks are also on the upside, which means that it's more likely that debt will grow even faster than it is that it will slow down. Part of the reason for this development is that we have changed the macroeconomic environment quite severely some years ago when interest rates start rising. For a long period of time, debt was rising, but interest rates were coming down so that the burden on budgets was more or less steady. But since 2021, interest rates have increased, and from 2023, public debt also turned up. So we have this coincidence of public debt rising, interest rates rising, the burden of interest payments on budget is increasing as well. In the world, round numbers, rough numbers, in 2020, the interest bill on budget was about 2% of GDP, and now it's approaching 3% of GDP. It's a very large pressure. Now, if you look at financial markets right now, you see that assets have their valuations stretched. You have a situation where spreads are narrow, credit risk spreads are narrow. In such a situation, financial risks can materialize. And in a situation where governments are in a vulnerable position, one of the scenarios that we worry most about is one in which there is a fiscal, financial, adverse feedback loop. And we have shown some years ago that when countries have fiscal space, they can manage a financial crisis to minimize impacts on employment and economic activity and make sure that the recovery comes fast. Countries that are constrained, that don't have fiscal space, that don't have fiscal buffers, on the contrary, have to suffer, have to endure falls in employment and economic activity that are much more pronounced, and a recovery that takes much longer to come.
How problematic for you is the global push into spending more on military?
So we use a frame to look at the political pressures on the budget right now, and we call it a fiscal policy trilemma. Part of the trilemma has to do with spending pressures. The spending pressures at this point in time come first from the increase in interest burdens on budget that I've already referred to, and then you have other pressures that are different across countries in the world. For many countries in the world, population aging, having to do with spending on pensions and health, is a pressure. For others is priorities that are put on security and defense, like in your example. Still for others, it has to do with spending which is necessary to promote growth and development. For others, it is competitiveness. But in any case, most countries around the world are facing spending pressures of different natures. At the same time, countries face resistance to increases in taxation, to new taxes. If you have a situation like the one I described, where you have relatively high debt, relatively high deficits, if you have pressures on spending and you cannot increase taxation, you will have a perpetuation of deficits that push public debt up, and that threatens fiscal sustainability and financial stability. That's the trilemma. How do you get around the trilemma? You have already hinted at one very important element, which is growth. Right? So if one can deploy fiscal policy as structural policy with other structural policies to promote growth, one eases the trilemma, because growth endogenously generates additional revenues which create fiscal space. The fiscal monitor looks at public spending composition and public spending efficiency, and shows how these two dimensions are very important for the growth performance of countries. But more generally, it's very important to invest, so to speak, in public trust, because public trust allows countries to have a very good social and political cohesion that allows them to respond rapidly to changing circumstances, and that's part of a resilient economy, it's part of a resilient society.
Let me ask you about pension funds in the developed countries where we are witnessing an aging population and an increased attack on immigration systems. How does that change the pension landscape in developed countries?
So 6 months ago in April, we looked at the political economy of pension reform in the Fiscal Monitor, and we identified that very transparent communication, explanation of the financial constraints associated with Social Security systems, and a consultation with the most relevant stakeholders was extremely important to build a consensus around the process of reform of Social Security. This very morning, I had I participated in a panel, I moderated a panel on pension reform, and in that context, the panelists were very much emphasizing that the political elements of the process of reform are crucial, and they were arguing that the reform of the pension system should be thought through in terms of a social contract, one generation to the next, and should be put in the context, in the broad context of economic and financial development. For example, when one makes a transition to a fully funded defined contribution system, one can mobilize the savings that are accumulated in the system to foster capital market development, and so the financing of, say, innovation, as you were emphasizing a moment ago. At the same time, you do have cases around the world where difficult reforms were passed that create much stronger resilience in the system. For example, Sweden and Japan have indexed the age of retirement to life expectancy in quite a mechanical way, and that does help the system to become self-sustained in a prudent way.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player, as its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals. That influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC+ agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? the sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the old town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is of course the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Her occupation is a low-level loan shark, roaming the floors of a casino in Macau. She's not exactly an employee, but she looks for opportunity to lend money to people who are in desperate need. But she obviously wasn't very happy with her life and how things were going. She felt very trapped until she meets Colin's character, Doyle. And these two characters form this very kind of platonic yet a very loving relationship. Two wooden people come together and help each other to find their way out of that really sad situation. I think it always comes down to people. I think this is a very group of special, passionate filmmakers And especially my scene partner, Colin, who I spend most of my time with. He's just one of a kind. I've never worked with anyone like him. He's so kind, supportive, generous, and he's just an artist through and through. And I'm so glad, I'm honored to have the chance to work with him.
Well, because he's such a generous, open-hearted, big-hearted person who just gives to the camera, to his fellow actors, to the crew, and he gives and gives and gives, and thus he takes us along on a journey that is sometimes might be, you know, because this guy's a scoundrel, so it's a challenge that we keep empathizing with him, but because it's Colin, we're just on his side because we love him.
Oh God, he's just lost, really. Yeah, he's just lost. He is a man on the precipice of falling into a really, really dark place. Rock bottom. You know, we don't really get too much into the backstory of the character. When you meet him in the first frame, he's kind of close to his end. And that was one of the things I loved about it, that it doesn't really delve into what I usually enjoy, which is finding out why the character is the way they are and stuff. But yeah, he's just lost. He's just lost. He's looking in all the wrong places for meaning and for value and worth in his life. I worked with Tilda a long, long time ago on a film called The War Zone, so it's the first time in 25 years. Yeah, it was lovely to work with her again. I worked with her very briefly on The War Zone. I got to work with her quite a bit on this, which was a joy, and Fala was a dream. So easy.
It'd take a miracle to change a man like me.
Our world is changing. The mass extinction we feared has already begun, and we are the cause.
First of all, you know, how does it feel to be in those types of films, which are such great fantasies, such spectacle for the audience?
Yeah, I think it's kind of unbelievable and unreal.
Yeah, especially yours to your first.
Yeah, it's my first ever movie. It's like, it's kind of, you don't believe it. It's kind of like, okay, well, and then you come on set and it's real. Everything's real, like everything is happening. It's kind of weird, isn't it, when you receive the script and you're like, oh wow, I really am doing this.
Yeah.
It's daunting.
Like tomorrow.
It's daunting. For sure, you receive your schedule and you're like, okay.
How many of these things are there?
17 and counting.
That's messed up.
And what lies beneath the big spectacle is also kind of, you know, messages about nature and preservation of nature and balance. How much do you enjoy those themes?
Through art, you have to in a light way just spread a message, and you can't. The one thing I would say is you can't just think about it. Like, you're gonna walk out this movie and want to make a difference. After filming this movie, I've thought, and I'm like, you know what, now I need to change my whole lifestyle because I want to save this planet as much as I can, or do my little piece of just me getting a plastic bag and using that for everything of my everyday life. You know, it's as simple as making the smallest differences, and actually you're slowly and progressively changing the world. And that's what I think this movie really motivated me in that respect.
Our planet will perish, and so will we. Unless we set Godzilla free.
Kind of wait to see it in the cinema, don't you? You sit and you become an audience member of those kinds of films. So have you seen it in full already, and what was your first reaction?
Yeah, I've seen it twice now. Have you seen it 3 times?
Seen it 3 times.
And counting.
Yeah, exactly. I was shocked. I just didn't think that technology was that smart to create something that looks so unreal. Like, unreal as in like, not, it looks so real, but unreal. Like, it's crazy. I'm like, oh God, I'm digging myself a hole. No, it's like, it's so real looking. That's what's terrifying about it, and so spectacular. So for me, I was like, wow, like, this is real. Like, for me, the biggest moment was seeing my name, like, at the credits.
Yeah, that's all.
You know, because you're like,
you're
oh
a
my
movie
gosh.
star.
Like, not the fact that, like, I acted in the movie is cool, but, like, my name. Like, it just seems weird.
No, it's all, you know, surreal, unreal in a great way. Girls, how are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
We're good. Very well. Thank you so much. I love the background of the interview because it does remind me of the world of Tron. How is it on set? Visual effects, real sets, a combination of both, a lot of excitement?
A combination of both. You know, a lot of the stuff that I got to do, I was standing on a massive, epic set doing it, you know? Even what, you know, the bits where I'm chasing Eve down, looking for her, a lot of that was I was actually in this huge vehicle that got very hot in there. It was hot in there.
You recognize her?
Yeah.
And I was handcuffed and like
she's
staring
handcuffed
back
on the
at
ground.
you.
And we were on a volume stage, so what I was looking at was the actual cityscape and an actual like image of, you know, Ares stepping out in front of me on the road, and then me, you know, driving towards him, and you know, but the other stuff.
Every day felt like a whole new challenge.
There's a lot happening in those films, and there's so much legacy to them from the first one in the 80s up to now. But do you feel that this one is the most resonant of its time because, you know, it's a subject matter that's quite present in people's minds?
Of course, and the very fact that this one, we are not just going into the computer and totally imagining this world that doesn't exist. In our film, the programs come into the real world. So that alone grounds it in something that is so relevant to our present. And it's so interesting and I think amazing, really, that the writers and the filmmakers were able to still make a film that was finished this a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And yet, you know, the conversation that we're having in this movie is very much a conversation that we're having right now. And I think that just goes to show how cool this franchise is and how much it really makes the audience and also the creators imagine.
What happened back there?
I disobeyed my directive.
Which was?
To retrieve the code from your disk and delete the carrier.
Dillinger told you to delete me?
Eve's backstory, Greta, how much did you keep in your mind her relationship with her sister, her dedication to the work? Is she the kind of character that you really imagine in the past?
Well, I have a sister. It's so crucial to her. It's like we're talking so much about AI and tech, but also it's like it's love. Like the power of love. It can fuel someone to do outrageous and extraordinary things just by the sheer, for the love of somebody like a sister. And I found that very essential to Eve and figuring out how to play her in the movie.
Hang on! Where are they?
Scanning quadrants 3 and 4.
Sector 18 clear.
I really enjoyed the emotional aspect of this Tron film. So how did you guys feel when you got the script? There's something, you know, quite haunted about it.
I agree. I think it's, even for all of the CGI and special effects, I think it has a lot of heart.
There's certain things you read in the script, like the feeling of the sprinkler system, the water on on Dina's hand, and the Depeche Mode moment that I wasn't sure how that was going to play, and then I saw it and I watched it, and it was really affecting. Actually, it was very, very emotional. I agree with you. I was pleasantly surprised by that.
I would like you to meet Ares. This is the most sophisticated security program ever written. You want to shake his hand? Go ahead. He doesn't bite. Ares has billions of lines of code unique to him. Is it alive?
How does it feel to be on those sets, bearing in mind that, of course, the visual effects are part of the narrative, but there's still those big sets that kind of put you in the Tron world. Is it exciting?
Well, it was a mixture of things because on the one hand, they were huge sets, but some of them were mostly empty, and it was just a lot of blue screen on the side of the room. And then sometimes there were practical sets in there as well that, on the one hand, made it easier, certainly. And there were elements of the desk in our office that made it easier, I think, for Evan to interface with.
I think the size of the sets, it's sort of helped to realize the stakes of it and the scope of it and how big it was, not just as a franchise, but as a film itself.
Yeah.
You're hacking Encom?
Just a peek over the garden wall. No one will notice.
What makes you think that Encom is any closer to finding it?
Because I know who else is looking for it, all right?
Who?
Eve Kim. She's following in her sister's footsteps. She's after the permanence code. I can feel it.
How did you discuss their backstory and the mother-son dynamic in this one?
Well, we had about a 2-hour conversation, which is not a lot, but it was enough. It was something.
Yeah.
And we managed to kind of piece stuff together and for ourselves individually, and so we covered a few bases.
Yeah. Gillian's incredibly smart and asked great questions about the history of the company and me taking over and all these things that were sort of question marks in the script. So it was nice to be able to flesh all that out before we got on the set.
You think you're in control of this? You're not.
I asked the same question to everyone involved in the film. Although this was, planned 10 years ago and shot a couple of years ago, it's so timely today. How exciting is it to be basically presenting this movie to the world in such a timely manner?
It's kind of extraordinary because, there have been films that have dealt with AI before, but, this is very much a film about the digital world coming into the real world, and that feels like it's a topic of conversation pretty much every single day, and it feels like what we thought of as being science fiction and deep future is actually right now in our present, which is both very exciting but also pretty terrifying at the same time.
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
The final question is about watching the film in its entirety, including the music and the whole rhythm. How did it feel the first time?
Amazing.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You never know when you're working on something whether people are going to pull it off. There's so much that goes into making films and so many people, and it can go awry at many different moments, and so when it all comes together in such a spectacular way, it's fun and delicious and wonderful to be a part of.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Why is that? It's just a feeling. Fascinating.
Hello guys, how are you?
Hi. Hello. Where are you right now?
I'm in Dubai at the moment.
You're in Dubai. Okay, great.
Okay.
Yes, we've been there.
Yes, you have indeed. It is such a pleasure to talk about this one because I love that it's an emotional Tron for me. I love that. So first of all, with you, Jared, and being involved in this for a long time, how great was it that it was able, it was not about only sci-fi and only the futuristic feel of it, but also about the emotional core.
It was incredible. I mean, to have the grid come into the real world for the first time was something new and different and exciting. And I know Yoka and I both felt like that was an incredible hook to the film, something that would surprise and delight audiences. And it was time for that. We had a couple of films where people went into the grid. It was time to go the other way from the digital world into the real world. And then to take a character that's kind of built on ones and zeros and discover what it is to be human. What does it mean to be alive? What is life? Those are pretty fascinating questions to ask. And yeah, we were excited to go along that journey.
Since time began, man has gazed at the stars and he has wondered, am I alone? So much talk of AI and big tech today.
And to the both of you, although, you shot it two and a half to 2 years ago, the themes are so resonant even in the last few months. So how exciting is it for you that it's coming out now and that it's so timely?
People are going to think we're really smart, aren't they? We
Or
planned
psychics.
this for 10 years. We knew it was coming. But there's an inevitability to it all. But I know that, Joachim has some beautiful thoughts on that.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is a movie that's been many years in the making, and obviously AI was not part of the conversation the way it is today. Now it's a tech that everyone uses, and I just feel lucky, honestly, that we are, so current in our themes, and it's a timely movie. And I'm also happy it doesn't come out next year because
it might be outdated.
A year or two, But yeah, I think that's also part of the Tron, universe, is to show that little glimpse into tomorrow somehow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to meet Ares.
For you, Jared, building Ares as a robot with feelings, I mean, it calls for a subtle performance and a body language that have to be very specific, not too stiff, not too emotional, just the right recipe.
Yeah, and that was actually surprisingly difficult. I thought that I would do a much better job being stiff and unemotional. I've been practicing my whole life, but yeah, I found it really challenging. I'm historically used to playing pretty colorful characters, and I feel like that's a bit of a sweet spot for me, like stoic and minimal. Maybe isn't something I've practiced that much. But I thought it was important to really, to commit to that. And I tried my best to trust the simple truths and to trust Joachim and the cameras to capture what subtleties there were, and to that hopefully those things would be impactful, presented the right way, and hopefully they are. And as we started to become more alive in some ways, that there be heart and humor that we could add to the role.
I never had a choice, connection. I never had a chance to catch my breath. Give me something to believe in.
And for you, Joachim, was it a little bit the same in the sense that, the visual effects are, of course, part of the storytelling, but the huge sets were very important as well to set the tone for the Tron world. How's the balance between the two?
Yeah, I think that's what Tron is. It's a story that has to function on many levels with sound and music, the visuals, the characters. So it was daunting going into that and earning the right to create this next chapter in the saga. And I also knew that I had the best people around me with Jared and the ensemble in front of the camera and
the music.
Yeah, and Nine Inch Nails and Industrial Light and Magic making, there's so many factors that that made this journey so fascinating in many ways for me.
Thank you. My time is up already, but there's too much to talk.
Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Cairo, one of the world's greatest megacities, Cairo. It is rich in its historic finery, while at the same time known for its extremely hot weather, traffic, and yes, noise and air pollution. While it is perhaps the city that tourists both love and hate, the experience makes it rather worth the challenges. It's got history that spans centuries, the city is full of vigor, and Cairo is the place to be when you're looking to experience the Egyptian street life. It is, in fact, where the only surviving wonder of the ancient world is. No words can describe the majestic view of the 3 5,000-year-old pyramids on the Giza Plateau. One of the most popular ones is the King's Chamber, considered one of the deepest man-made silences on Earth. Of course, you can't miss the Sphinx. It is both an enormous sight and an overwhelming experience you will never forget. It serves as the guard of the pyramids, with its lion body and pharaoh face. It is certainly an iconic monument of the ancient world. You can take hours-long camel rides to get through the pyramids. Despite the heat, dust, and other hurdles while traveling, it is definitely worth it. The pyramids of Cheops, also called the Great Pyramid or the Pyramid of Khufu, is the largest pyramid of the Giza group. You can explore the mysterious interiors of its narrow passages. There's also the Solar Boat Museum behind it, where you will see the ceremonial solar barks that's amazingly been restored to its original glory. On the south, there's a Pyramid of Khafre, which is also known as the Pyramid of Khafre. It also has an internal tunnel that invites you to explore it. Finally, there's the smaller Pyramid of Mycerinus, or the Pyramid of Menkaure. When it comes to shopping, you must visit Khan el-Khalili, which is considered to have one of the world's greatest shopping experiences. Its narrow alleyways have been established since 1400 AD, and up to now is still up and about with all sorts of trade, from tiny stores to cluttered workshops. For sports and recreation, find tennis courts around the south of Jazeera or ride the stables at the sports club. The Cairo Tower, built in 1961 by President Nasser, offers you an amazing view of the sunset at its observation deck. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Now, the US shutdown continues today, and with it, a warning of reduced air travel at 40 major US airports. US Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy made the announcement as air traffic controllers entered a month without pay. It's believed cancellations could increase over the weekend, affecting up to 4,000 flights a day. Here's what Duffy told the media.
There'll be frustration. We are working with the airlines. They're going to work with passengers. But in the end, our sole role is to make sure that we keep this airspace as safe as possible. There is going to be a 10% reduction in capacity at 40 of our locations. This is not based on what airline travels, has more flights out of what location. This is about where is the pressure and how do we alleviate the pressure.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, who is, of course, in the studio with me, and correspondent Sarah Firth, who is speaking to us from Washington. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. As we said, you are in Washington at the moment in the US. The shutdown is the longest one on record ever. How bad are things likely to get?
Well, Leigh Ann, as you've just said, it is now the longest US government shutdown of all time. So things here are already pretty bad in Washington, D.C. And it looks like I'm here to stay because Washington's airport's likely to be on the list of those that are potentially going to be affected by the cuts to traffic that have been announced by the Federal Aviation Authority, the FAA. Now, what they've said is there's going to be an expected 10% cut to traffic at 40 major airports across America. So everything from Chicago to Los Angeles to Dallas to Washington, D.C. Expected to be impacted, and many, many more, although we don't have the full official list yet. I mean, to give you an idea of the scale of the impact that this is going to have on flights, it's estimated that at Chicago's airport alone, it would be a loss of some 14,500 seats per day. Now, you just heard from the head of the FAA there. We've also heard from officials today saying that, look, This is about safety. It's not about scoring political points. It is because of the US government shutdown. The knock-on impact of that has essentially been that you've got people, especially air traffic controllers, critical for flight safety. They are working right now without pay. And what that's meant is you've got staff shortages. You've got people who've been calling in sick. The aviation authorities saying they simply cannot safely handle the fatigue and pressure that's being put on the staff, and so these cuts are needed in the traffic to reduce that pressure on the staff at the moment. And the warning, Leigh Ann, is very clear. The US government shutdown, the impact it's had on staffing, has already compromised safety to a point that we're now seeing where they're having to reduce the traffic and make this unprecedented, they call it, announcement. But the warning very, very bleak, that if this continues on longer, and there's no sign that Congress, the Republicans and Democrats are getting any closer to reaching a resolution, that the risk only increases day by day. And so that compromise to safety, a huge warning sound from the aviation authorities here in the US right now.
So, as Sarah says, Shane, a huge warning sign from the aviation authorities over in the States. But we must remember 1.4 million federal workers are without pay, or they're on forced leave at the moment, and this is due to this continuing shutdown. Yeah. What impact is it having on employees financially, and also the country as a whole?
Well, if you look at sort of the bigger picture, so we were just talking about flights there, and it was interesting. I just was watching, I think Bloomberg and the analysts were saying that it was this issue of aviation and concerns over safety that broke the last shutdown. So the fact that they're now putting plans in to sort of oversee that doesn't really look very optimistic. But if you look at just the US commercial aviation sector, that's worth about $35 billion a week. So if you do like the short maths, 10% of that, if you look at, and if it's only domestic, you're talking about like $2 billion being shaved off the economy, and then you've got all of the people being delayed on the flights and how it'll impact. But if to go back to your question, so if you look at sort of the economy, I think the easiest way to look at it was the previous shutdown, which was sort of the tail end of 2018 into January 2019. And when they look back at the figures of that, it was around 11 billion was lost to GDP over in total, was what the numbers determined. About 3 billion of that was completely lost permanently. But which is fine, you know, it's a large sort of $1 trillion economy. But if you look at the workers that you just mentioned, there was also a survey done by the National Treasury Employees Union in 2019, and they found that about a third of the workers had missed sort of rent or mortgage payments, which again, you know, that's quite critical. 42% had to resort to using credit cards to cover their basics, and even 20% of them had to go to food banks or to, you know, sort of groceries that would give them sort of lower cost food. So it's quite a bad situation. Yes, like the economy will recover, but it's the workers on the ground. And I think you also need to look at it's not just the workers, because Trump in his last shutdown brought in a policy where they would get back pay. So a lot of these, yeah, even though they have to maybe resort to using their credit cards, a lot of them will hopefully get this money back when it goes through. But if you look at all of the supplementary industries that are not directly paid by the Federation, so the cleaner that, you know, that cleans a lot of these buildings, or, you know, a gardener that's hired in the parks, you know, all of these people, these are not working at the moment, but they're not going to get the back pay. So I think they're the ones that are going to be sort of impacted, and all of the small businesses that depend on federal contracts that are now not being paid, they are highly unlikely to get sort of back pay. So there's a lot of people that are going to be impacted, and there was a really interesting CNN report done where it went through all of the federal sort of agencies, and, you know, small businesses that depend on loans from the federal government, those are going to be halted. There's a lot of people, I think there's 42 million Americans that depend on, you know, sort of low-cost food. Those are all frozen. There's 8,000 children that use a program called Head Start, which is for low-income workers on education. So all of these all of these are on hold at the moment.
So I think we can also just come to the conclusion that Donald Trump is talking right now over in the States. He says no concerns over air safety. That's what he's currently said at the moment.
Which was the issue last time that seemed to be.
But it was the issue last time that did break the deadlock over that period, which is completely correct. But then the Democrats are not moving either. So we're seeing a standoff, Sarah, between the Democrats and the Republicans at the moment at such a crucial time for so many people in America. It's both parties that are refusing to budge. And I don't know what the answer is, Sarah, right now. Is it the filibuster, to terminate the filibuster? But it's difficult to blame one side or another because both are as bad as each other right now.
Yes, and there's plenty of blame to go around, Leigh Ann, and expect that noise, that blame to grow even louder as you see the impact on everyday Americans growing. You know, as Shane was saying there, the impact already on some of the poorest in the country, but on those federal workers having to manage right now without pay, they are really feeling this government shutdown. But by and large, the sort of wider American public have been fairly insulated from the impacts of that. And of course, with this changes to the flight traffic as a way to sort of ease the pressure, that potentially causing in the coming days flight cancellations, people stranded, missing flights. It's around the holiday time. You've got Thanksgiving coming up, and all of that is going to be felt. And you're absolutely right. The Democrats and Republicans, they are no closer to agreeing on their disputes over the federal funding. There really doesn't seem to be much negotiation or signs of negotiation going on. You've had President Trump speaking out in the last couple of days. He's calling on Republicans to vote to end the filibuster. Now, quietly behind the scenes, Republicans are saying they simply don't have the numbers to pass that. And they also know that, look, if you get rid of the filibuster, even if that were possible within a sort of time frame that would be reasonable to end the government shutdown, which it's not clear at all that it would be, that, you know, once that party is back in opposition, you've lost the power. So it's not a hugely popular idea, even amongst many of Trump's loyal supporters. So there is a feeling here in the US right now, as these much more drastic measures are announced and as this government shutdown drags on with no sign of a resolution in sight, that really the United States is in pretty uncharted territory here.
Andrew Cuomo and Republican Curtis Sliwa. The 34-year-old becomes the first Muslim mayor and the youngest person over a century to lead the largest city in the United States. President Trump, who has been critical of Mamdani, reacted to the win, writing on Truth Social. And so it begins. But Mamdani addressed Trump directly during his victory speech with the words, "In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light." Take a listen.
Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. Tonight, you have delivered a mandate for change. A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by writer and broadcaster Esther Kraku, who's in Florida, and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the University in the Emirates, with me in the studio. Dr. Ellie, let's start with you. Let's turn the volume up, is what Mamdani said. What's your reaction to this win that's been so international, it's grabbed everyone's attention around the world?
Well, definitely the volume needs to be up in the sense that we need to hear, we need to see and understand what happened. I think there was a nice feeling about all that campaign, the way it was ran, the person himself, what he represents in terms of age, in terms of religion, in terms of being an unapologetic socialist, and he calls himself as such, not only a Democrat, but clearly within that branch of the Democrats that are clearly pushing for a strong socialist agenda. All this is to be noticed, all this is to be studied, and we're seeing more and more young people getting more driven by campaigns that speak to them, that speak their language, that use the social media, that goes back to the essence of democracy, of somehow a door-to-door knock, or at least social media posts that reach every single individual in that sense. All this is to be noticed and to be pointed out. Now, on the other side of the coin, I think this socialist rhetoric, in my opinion, it doesn't have a place in today's America, let alone in today's world altogether, and even more so in New York, a city that is the biggest city in the US, a city that has a strong capitalist heritage, a city that is founded on so many values that socialism kind of goes against. And then all these promises that is really, really difficult to deliver on. I think this is going to blow in his face soon enough. I think he will not be able to deliver on all the promises that he said, or that he said he will, in all that sense. This definitely puts us in front of a big question mark. Where is the Democratic Party heading altogether? If only this kind of candidates that are somehow extreme left socialist candidates are the ones who are pulling the people to the voter stands, is this the trend that the Democratic Party is going to take altogether? And will this work on a national size election?
Yeah, exactly. There's so many questions that need to be answered, but undoubtedly his campaign that reached the youth and got them out voting was what got him the job.
Indeed.
But Esther, let's talk a little bit, because New Jersey and Virginia also opted for Democratic governors, and that was last night. Do you think that we're witnessing a political comeback here when we look at the blue states?
One of the reasons why you saw particularly Virginia turn blue in this latest election cycle is because of the government shutdown and the large number of federal employees that actually live in Virginia and New Jersey, and many of whom were obviously incentivized to come out and vote because they've probably been without a salary for the last few weeks. So that was already kind of baked into the cake. We have to remember that a lot of these federal employees were already furloughed. When DOGE was going through its kind of analysis of government spending and basically highlighting some of the most ridiculous things that successive administrations have spent money on, some of which includes sort of transing frogs in the Central African Republic, for example. I mean, something as ridiculous as that. So these are people that have either been unemployed for quite a while or most recently are facing the brunt of the government shutdown. Now, with regards to Mamdani, I don't think it's a similar trend that you're seeing. This is quite a unique microcosm of American political society in that he got out a lot of people, a lot of young voters that weren't even registered Democrats. So if you remember at the start of his campaign last year, he was actually telling a lot of his voter base to go and register as Democrats. So it was kind of this gray space within the demographic landscape for voters where you had mainly young, disillusioned voters that are living in a city like New York that, cannot imagine owning property, that are facing sky-high housing costs, which actually, when polled, Americans across the board, housing costs is the number one concern for them. And then you also have this kind of Gen Z really charismatic young mayor. He doesn't have any administrative experience, which actually matters when you're inheriting a city that has a $120 billion budget. But that was inconsequential because many young voters, particularly in New York, feel like the establishment and the status quo has failed them. And so they're willing to take a chance with this man. It's important to remember that there are many parallels that I would personally draw between Mamdani and Sadiq Khan in London, especially because I've just come back from New York and it is a horrible, horrible city. It is filthy. There are many drug-addled and mentally unwell individuals everywhere. The public transportation is filthy and not great. It's extremely expensive. And many of the problems that I'm seeing with London, it looks like it's happening in New York. And I can only imagine they'll be exacerbated under Mamdani's mayoralty. So I don't really see the parallels with what happened in Virginia and New Jersey with Mamdani, but it is something to bear in mind, this kind of grey voter base of young, disillusioned voters that are really swinging the polls.
And you know what, Dr. Ellie, there's a good point to be had here, because Mamdani has come in and, like Esther said, he has no previous experience at all in any sort of government role. Now he is the mayor of New York, and he's promising free buses, he's promising free supermarkets, rent freezes. It all just seems like it's too good to be true.
That's because it is. You know, it says when something looks like too good to be true, it usually is. I think he needs a huge amounts of funds to be able to deliver on these promises, and these are simply not available. And if they are available in New York, it is in the rich people of New York, it's in the businessmen of New York who will not be willing to cooperate with such a rhetoric that is extremely socialist, extremely anti-capitalist. So why would they cooperate with a mayor that is targeting them first and foremost? Without them, I don't think he will be able to deliver on his promises. And then, as Esther is saying, the city is becoming unlivable in a way, and thus we will see, like we saw from California, people leaving. People who are searching for some basic security, people who are looking for, a normal lifestyle, they will start leaving these big cities. And eventually we saw California drop in the number of seats in the House, and I think it could possibly happen with New York altogether, which brings us to the general elections. And I don't believe that these microcosmos, as Esther mentioned them, will necessarily have the same impact or the same reflection on the national vote, because people vote local differently than they vote national.
But Esther, just a quick thought. This was really a grassroots movement, if you want to look at it, in New York from that aspect. And it seems like the young people have a lot of momentum. Is this a nightmare for Donald Trump right now, looking at what's happening in New York? Because we know that when the youth come out, they can almost galvanize and cause the shift like we have seen.
Or is it who gets the independence will win?
Yes, exactly. I think the independence is more of that, which young people are part of. But independents make up a larger proportion of voters here in the US than in most parts of the developed world. It is a concern, obviously, but the bigger concerns is, next year's midterm elections and Trump not making good on his promises, job growth not being as strong as expected, wage growth not being where people expect, inflation coming down, seeing the economy get back and running, and also, giving young people a sense of hope. So housing costs going down in major cities, or at least keeping up with keeping in line with people's wages. These are the more important core things: security, national security, opportunities, those sorts of things. I think the youth in New York have particularly unique gripes that may not necessarily map across the rest of the country, but Trump does have a big task ahead, yes.
And the British Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, has refused to rule out tax rises in her upcoming budget as she promises to make the necessary choices. In an unprecedented move, Reeves provided a preview to the media ahead of the official announcement on the 26th of November. The Labour Party previously pledged not to increase income tax, VAT or national insurance in their general election manifesto. So we are hearing right now about Rachel Reeves there and her speech a little bit earlier. Gemma, I must admit something. 8:15 a.m. this morning, she gave this speech. People were not expecting it, probably still asleep. Yeah. Very unusual. Normally, chancellors lock themselves in a dark room, hashing out the numbers weeks before the budget. Why do you think that they decided this was necessary now?
I think there's bad news coming, and they wanted to
perhaps roll it out in stages as opposed to on November 26th, boom, there it is. Here's the news that everyone's expecting, which is that there's going to be tax increases. So, yeah, I think it's actually, whether you agree with it or not, and obviously most people, if they're paying their taxes, won't agree with it, but it's a savvy political move, I think, to start laying the groundwork. People don't like to be ambushed. I do think, you know, that's what she's doing. She's preparing people for what's going to happen. So it also comes as people are expecting the Labour Party to break their manifesto promises. Now, that is a huge deal. That's a bigger deal as there's going to be tax increases. So again, there's a softly approach. There's lots of blaming, you know, past governments. There's blaming the lingering effects of the pandemic. There is, you know, laying the blame and laying the groundwork, and that's exactly what this speech was.
And I find it interesting because you said she was getting ahead of the story, but I actually think she was slightly behind the story because for weeks and weeks in the press in the UK, there's been speculation that the taxes were going to rise. And this has been spooking investors and markets. So I think she kind of was between a rock and a hard place, and she had to come out and say, OK, officially, I don't know what's in the budget, as they always do, but here is X, Y, and Z. So she's in a difficult position, undoubtedly. But what I find interesting is everyone's blaming each other in the UK. If we look at all the different parties, you know, we've got the Conservatives, we've got Reform, we've got the Greens, we've got the Liberal Democrats, well, completely normal in politics. But my big question is, who is really to blame? Labour have been in power for over a year now. Tories were in power for a very long time. And do voters actually care? Do they care that Brexit happened 7 years ago and people, more than that, people are still, like, they want it now, don't they? They voted you in now.
Absolutely. Voters don't care about the backstory. They don't care about what excuses you have. They care about what you said on the campaign trail and why they voted for you. But I will say this. In fairness, and here I am defending another politician, in fairness to Rachel Reeves, when her government was elected, it was July 2024. That was 6 months before Donald Trump assumed or took his oath to start his second term in office. So life was different then. You have Donald Trump with his tariffs. You also have the burden that he's putting on them for to increase defense spending as well. So it was a different world order. And she recognizes that, as you said, she has to start to lay the groundwork because she's got a few weeks now where she can sort of make sure that she can float some stories out. And I also wonder, being cynical and also being a journalist, if, in fact, she won't put a name to this, but the reality is that maybe there is going to be some blame put on Donald Trump because he's the one that's insisting on the tariffs. He's the one that's insisting on a certain percentage of the budget being spent on defense.
She does allude to it. She said the world has thrown even more challenges our way in the last 12 months. So, yeah, there is that alluding already. Yeah, you're right.
But I find it's quite interesting because we talk about what's happened. And, you know, she obviously pointed to things of the previous Tory government in her predicament and said this has left her in the situation she was in because of all the cuts they made to welfare. She's also saying, obviously, Brexit is something, and that's the austerity policies that have been put in, so there's a lag effect. But then I kind of look at it all and I think, well, the UK is in a better position at the moment than the EU if we want to look at Donald Trump's tariffs, because they got a 10% tariff. They were the first country to make a deal with Donald Trump when it came to the tariffs, and that was mainly because they had Brexited and he didn't have to deal with the Goliath that is the European Union. And the European Union right now arguably is going through a harder time because they've all had to increase defence spending. The UK is just doing it marginally. So I wonder if Rachel Reeves is making a mistake here, trying to blame everyone else and not just put her hands up and said, right, it was my fiscal headroom and it was the fiscal rules I put in place that are now affecting me because we're not seeing growth in the UK. Productivity's lagged. So I don't know if she's telling the truth.
I think she's trying to cover her bases as best she can. She is a politician. She wants to make sure that she has talking points. She also wants to make sure that what she's going to, she wants the voters who don't care for the reasons, but she wants them to understand that these are all of the different scenarios that have come into play why we're now in this position. And I don't think she necessarily wants to be the one that's going to stand up and say, this is all on me, I dropped the ball.
But Gemma, do you not think the British public would be furious? People who voted for Labour right now, hearing this and elected them in on the manifesto promise, they weren't going to raise taxes on working people because we know there's a cost of living crisis and people are struggling.
Yeah, she's talked about her focus with the budget will be on the NHS, the cost of living crisis and reducing national debt. I think what is understandable about the UK, what people need to understand is if you're Labour or Conservative, you're usually quite dyed in the wool. You're usually kind of with that party, you know, from the cradle to the grave.
Yes.
And so I do think most people who voted Labour, obviously you'll have some people who drift, but they couldn't ever see themselves voting Tory because it is really seen as parties along class lines. Labour Party is the party of the working classes, Conservative of the middle and upper classes. And so I think even if you voted Labour on the premise that, you know, there wasn't going to be any tax hikes, I still don't believe that those voters could be able to bring themselves to then vote Conservative next time.
But we see Reform stealing those votes.
Yes.
And that's something that we haven't seen before. And we saw Reform doing that in Wales, which is traditionally Labour heartland. But it's going to be really interesting to see because the budget is only 3 weeks away. And normally a rabbit's pulled out of the hat. But I think she's telling us there's no rabbit this time round. But
the hat is empty.
Yeah, the hat is empty, I'm afraid. Crews have demolished part of the White House's East Wing, making way for a new $300 million ballroom championed by President Donald Trump. The century-old structure was torn down despite appeals from preservationists to warn the redesign could overwhelm the building's historic balance. Trump insists the new ballroom will be the most beautiful in the world, funded partly by major corporations and private donors, a move that raised ethical concerns about both access and influence. I didn't know how to say
preservation.
Thank you so much. Anyway, we'll move on swiftly from that. Michael, what do you make of all of this?
So, of course, it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom. Donald Trump is the most beautiful man. He has the most beautiful makeup. He's going to have the most beautiful ballroom. So, one of the, I was on social media. I was looking at a lot of the posts that had on X in particular, and what was upsetting the right-wing people is that every president has gone through renovations at the White House. And then there would be the other people who would say, yes, but those, the big ones at least, were all approved by Congress. And Donald Trump, of course, as there have been over the last little while in the United States, there have been the No Kings protests. And Donald Trump doesn't seem to accept that he's, the president of a republic. He's not an autocrat. He is not in a position where he can just do whatever he wants. But he is also, and this is one of his great strengths, he is also a businessman, and specifically a real estate businessman. Yes. So he knows if I destroy it, no court order is going to be able to come in and tell me not to destroy it because I've already done it. Yes. So he just goes about doing what it is that he thinks is best. And it is going to be 90,000 square feet. Now, the White House is only 55,000 square feet. So the fact that it's going to be a wing or a part of, no, it becomes the main component of the new structure.
No, absolutely. It's going to be huge. Yeah. It's going to be massive. And Donald Trump just does make me laugh when it comes to stuff like this because he's outraged everyone, but he doesn't care. He's like, I'm building this ballroom. It's going to be gold, and this is what I'm doing. And Hillary Clinton, this made me laugh. She came out and said, it's not his house, it's your house, and he's destroying it. And Trump replied, I may name it the Monica Lewinsky Ballroom. He's just sort he's like, listen, I'm going to upgrade this place. I'm living here. Fair enough. Gemma, he's also proposed an Arc de Trump.
Yes.
To commemorate the country's 250th anniversary next year. Arc de Trump might take longer than a year to build, maybe?
I think this, you know, obviously they're celebrating their 250th anniversary, so we'll see how long the Arc de Trump takes to build. This is being done, evidently, with the leftover cash from the donors from the ballroom. Oh. So, again, it's privately funded. There's so much being privately funded right now, you know, it sets alarm bells ringing. Yes, he wants to build a triumphal arch across from the Lincoln Memorial in Washington. Now, it's been dubbed the Arc de Trump, obviously, and it's to commemorate the 250th anniversary next year, being privately funded. And it's based on the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. And I found this interesting because I feel that Trump would really love to have the kind of history that Europeans have in the US, because he talks about the UK a lot, you know, the sense of history, and he really loves
the
all
king.
of that.
He loves the
yes,
royals.
He does. He really kind of that sense. So I think this is his way of trying to sort of get some of that yoldy weldy that he craves so much. So, yeah, he unveiled the plans for it at one of the dinners for the ballroom, and he said there's a small version, a medium version, and a large version. I think we can all guess which his preferred version was, yes. It's being fully financed, and the architects have already come out on X to talk about it, saying America needs a triumphal arch.
You know what, something? I just remembered that when he unveiled it, he had a great Gatsby party, and I saw all the pictures from that, and everyone was talking about the Gatsby party. And if we look at the interior of the ballroom and of the toilet, he redid the Lincoln toilet, which is all marble. He is making it look almost royalty. You could compare it to a palace, this ballroom, in many ways. It's pretty phenomenal, and so many people can fit in there. It's huge.
Yes, and past presidents would say that when they would have to have state dinners and they would erect tents, it was a huge inconvenience, and it was not becoming of the White House. So, again, I've said this before, Donald Trump, I think, has great vision, but his follow-through is not always in keeping with the Republic. He wants to make the decision, and he wants to do what he wants to do on his own timeline. So if he had come out with this idea and said, I think we should be doing this, and he had brought in all the preservationists and all the White House historians, and they had discussed it, and they had taken years to do it, I think everybody would have been fine. In fact, some of the changes that came under Bush II continued under President Obama, because that was, to Hillary Clinton's point, this is not the person who lives there, it's not their house, it is the people's house. So they have to make sure that they're continuing to do what's best for the house, and so that it stays and it is stable. But Donald Trump is, you know, he's a man who's almost turning 80. He is presumably not going to run again, recognizing he's maybe near the end, and that he wants to cement his legacy. And this is one way where he can make sure that something that he has done for the White House maybe sticks around for another 250 years.
He is going to name it after himself as well, like 100%.
Oh, really? The Trump ballroom?
I think it's going to be the Trump ballroom.
Yeah.
It's he does want that legacy, doesn't he? Long after he goes. Yeah.
I must admit something. I'm very old-fashioned, and I like velvet curtains and gold chandeliers.
The old glamour.
I love the old glamour, and I think Donald Trump is bringing that back a little bit.
But I would say, and we've talked about this before, the optics don't look that good right now.
With the cost of living, yes.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons why Mamdani has done so well, is because he talks about the cost of living. And in the other races for governor in Virginia and New Jersey, again, that's what they've run on as well. And yet right now you have a $300 million gold ballroom that is, well, probably gold, that's being built. That just doesn't look good.
Now, a group of foreign ministers have met in Turkey today to discuss the next steps in Gaza. Qatar, Egypt, Saudi Arabia and the UAE are among the countries represented in Istanbul. They're discussing the ceasefire and the humanitarian situation as they look towards the second stage of President Trump's peace plan.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by writer and broadcaster Esther Craig, who's in Florida for us, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who's joining us from Surrey. Great to have you both on, Isabel and Esther. Esther, let's start with you right now and talk about how fragile is the US brokered ceasefire deal as we look at it between Israel and Hamas.
Well, this deal was always going to be fragile. This has been something that's been 2 years in the making, and this is the first time that this sort of cessation and fighting has actually held. So I think the fact that it's even lasted this long is a small miracle. Now, Donald Trump obviously insists that the ceasefire is still solid, despite the fact that you've had a brief some bout of hostilities that has left, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, 200 Palestinians dead. But by and large, we're seeing kind of this ceasefire being held up with duct tape and super glue and a bit of chewing gum. That being said, I think the leaders in the region are not being complacent, and they know that this could end at any time, especially as Hamas is slowly releasing, I think it remains 8 dead bodies of hostages. So once that happens, and it looks like the Hamas fighters have no basically leverage over the Israelis, there is a likelihood that hostilities could recommence again. This is why Turkey has taken it upon itself to arrange this meeting of regional leaders from the Muslim world that will play a pivotal role in what Gaza will look like moving forward. And we know that's certainly been President Trump's preference. He's wanted to have mainly the involvement of local leaders to broker any sort of long-lasting peace in Gaza and what reconstruction would look like. He's certainly not interested in having American boots on the ground or some sort of Iraq-like replay from 2004. But, you know, there has to be a consensus among Muslim leaders from Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Indonesia, about what Gaza will look like moving forward. And this is why Turkey is probably best placed to do this, because obviously they are in NATO. They do have the ear of Washington. Donald Trump has been quite open in his praise for Erdogan. But at the same time, there has to be a consensus that all Muslim leaders in the region are comfortable with, and they have to be able to draw lines in the sand that they can then use as a bargaining chip with Israel to broker a longer lasting peace deal.
And Isabel, as Esther said there, it is a fragile ceasefire deal. We know that, but actually somehow it's holding together to some extent at the moment. But Turkey has been so vocal about Israel. They have openly said that Israel was committing genocide inside of Gaza, and we've heard a lot coming from Turkey. But what are they hoping to achieve with these talks? There's so much we still don't know about the ceasefire at the moment.
I mean, there's so many probably egos at play as well in all of this. Let's not forget in geopolitics, because for President Erdogan, there is a huge opportunity here to cement his nation as a significant Islamic power in the region. And, you know, there's a lot of argument that will say that that's the right thing, that it certainly should be Islamic majority countries that are responsible for, restoring civilian and, basic utilities, and the Palestinians sort of getting back on their feet should be led in this way. But let's not forget, this is also about power plays and positioning. And it will be very interesting to see, because of the outspoken criticism that has come from Turkey of Israel, but in the past also Turkey's fractured relationship with the West. It's a bit love-hate. Sometimes things are good. We've seen Trump praising Turkey's role in accepting his peace deal. But, the European Union have stalled any talks of Turkey joining for various reasons. And so they are difficult, fractured relations. And it builds on what Esther was saying, really, that there are, this is a very tentative and tenuous alliance that's been created between, if you like, the Middle East and the West. And, there are very testing times ahead, I think.
And earlier I spoke to retired Turkish ambassador Cengiz Firat and asked him if Turkish forces are ready to be on the ground in Gaza to help implement that peace deal. Take a listen to what he told me.
Yes, Turkey has been adamant from the beginning that there should be a ceasefire. And following a ceasefire, there should be a peace agreement. Turkey was one of the 4 countries that signed the agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh on the 23rd of September, if I'm not mistaken. And since then, we've been working very hard to get a group of the Muslim countries that were present in the Sharm el-Sheikh meeting, and 7 of them got together today in Istanbul. The idea is to make sure that the ceasefire holds, more humanitarian aid comes into Gaza, and the fighting should stop. I mean, since the ceasefire came into effect, more than 250 Palestinian people have died due to Israeli aggression that is ongoing.
So, Esther, we hear there about what Turkey is prepared to do in the future to make sure this peace plan is implemented in some degree. We're not even in phase 2 at the moment. And he mentioned there the ongoing attacks on the Palestinian people. We've also seen that in the West Bank of late during the olive harvest that happens there. The situation is still extremely tense, and no stabilization international force has even come into play yet.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, it's important to remember that this is probably the worst that Israel-Turkish relations have ever been since about 2006, really. Israel has made it very clear that they actually wouldn't tolerate, if there was some sort of international peacekeeping force, that any of that force be Turkish. That's how far the relations between the 2 countries have broken down. And it's quite clear that, you know, Turkey, since the start of this war, basically has taken a firmly anti-Israeli stance. They joined South Africa's ICJ court case against Israel as a result of kind of this anti-Israeli sentiment. And we have to remember that in terms of internal polling, it's actually quite popular with the Turkish public to be quite anti-Israel at the moment in the wake of the conflict in Gaza. And it's really helped boost Erdogan in local polling. So that's not a surprise. But that is why this summit is so important as well, because it's such a fragile and tense period. But we have to remember that before October the 7th, many countries like the UAE, for example, were open to the idea of normalizing relations with Israel. And we know that certainly from Jared Kushner and Donald Trump, that's something that the Trump administration would like to at least get back to. They'd like to get back on the trajectory where Israel can have normal relations with many of the Gulf Arab states and countries in the region more widely. So while Turkey has obviously taken quite a firm stance against Israel in this war, it's important for other players in the region that are going to be part of rebuilding Gaza to be part of this process, to at the very least temper Turkey's strong stance against Israel, or if nothing else, to make some sort of relationship with Israel in brokering a lasting peace and fostering the kind of trust that's needed to actually rebuild Gaza and to purge it of Hamas more, quite rightly, but also the kind of very strong anti-Israel sentiment and the leaning towards sort of terrorist sympathies, to purge it out of the Gazan population. You have to have some sort of trust, which is why there has to be a unified bloc that has sway with Hamas, but can also say to Israel, listen, we're going to toe this fine line between bringing Gazans back to a sense of normality in their day-to-day life, while also maintaining the security guarantees which Israel and the USA will undoubtedly insist upon.
And I found it interesting, Isabel, you said to me earlier when we were talking about Turkey being a vocal voice and this meeting happening, you mentioned egos, and it made me think about Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is adamant the ceasefire is still in place. How important is it for the Trump administration to keep the pressure on Israel to make sure that this is successful?
I think at the end of the day, it's not just ego. I think it also boils down to money. There's a lot of money to be lost for America if Israel is not able to hold this deal and is not able to accept the terms. And I just want to pick up on some of the points Esther made there, which, you know, I think are true. But I think that there is this fine line to be walked between having some sort of relationship with Hamas in order to purge Gaza of those people people with the extremist views in Gaza. But also we know that Turkey has a history of being supportive of Hamas. And I think that is why Israel has a huge problem with Turkey holding this meeting. They don't want any of their help with aid workers trying to get inside the rubble with hostage returnings either. So, there is a lack of trust, and, there is high stakes for everybody to try and make this hold. But, there are serious issues around who can be trusted and what people's intentions are. But I think we are witnessing in this meeting an interesting diplomatic shift. And, I think, right thinking minds would have to agree that the future of Gaza has to be led by stakeholders in that region rather than America, for example.
But I also think it's interesting, and I'll ask Isabel and Esther the same question here. Isabel, you can go first. But I was speaking to somebody from Israel a little bit earlier, and they were talking to me about the threat to Israel because of the ideology that Hamas has brought to the Palestinian people, and how Israel would like to be able to live in peace in many ways and not be so frightened of that ideology. But it seems to me an impossible task to ever rid an ideology. And I don't know what you think, but of course it's going to be very entrenched now as we into almost the third year of this terrifying situation.
Yeah, it is important to remember that Hamas was chosen to lead Gaza. This was a democratic decision by the Palestinian people. And so Israel might not like that, but that was, the destiny that they chose for themselves. And, given the situation, and everybody must condemn the atrocities of October the 7th, and they were absolutely abhorrent and immoral. But what has happened since in the number of women and children specifically, in their tens of thousands, being killed by Israeli attacks and bombing and whatever it might be, will have only entrenched any radical views, surely, within Gaza, because they will have, and we have seen it there, they've been accused by the International Criminal Court of using starvation as a weapon of war. We've seen aid being denied getting in, and we've seen horrendous conditions for years now. And so if you are somebody, a child right now, who has lost your parents, your family, your livelihood, your home, you've been moved from pillar to post, there will be deep levels of hatred, and that is a genuine security threat for Israel.
Esther, I don't know what your thoughts are on what Israel are scared of in the future with this ideology.
Well, I mean, the argument here is quite clear. You can't unthink an idea, as Margaret Thatcher said. And when you have a population that for the last 2 years have basically seen their homes destroyed, not unprovoked, of course, they understand what Hamas did was always going to call for some sort of retribution. But it's very hard to get this idea out of your head that this level of destruction and your livelihoods being completely destroyed is due to Israel. And there were top Israeli officials at the height of this war that were saying that despite mass casualties for Hamas, they're recruiting at a ratio of 3 to 1. Now you think, why are they doing that? Hamas is the group that brought this carnage and hell to their doorstep. But it's because of the appeal of this kind of narrative that Israel is the enemy, and that if I'm going to die, I'm at least going to die fighting for my dignity. I think the main trouble now is, other than rebuilding the lives of Gazans and giving them a sense of normality, it's also developing a healthy idea of Palestinian statehood that's not rooted in hatred of Israel or in the destruction of the Jewish state, and just basically having an adversarial tone to it, because that's never going to be conducive to any sort of relationship with Israel or the wider international community, and certainly not going to be conducive to state building. And this is where it's upon the international community and of leaders to have a more diplomatically creative idea of what a Palestinian state could look like. One that, of course, respects Israel's need for security and security guarantees, purging it of hateful figures like Hamas, but also creating a version of Palestinian statehood that's not rooted in hatred or adversarial politics, but more about day-to-day life and normality, and like caring for your children more than they hate Israel, as a former Prime Minister of Israel said. And that might look like, really strong regional identities, like having mini emirs in the Palestinian territories that are solidified, the land boundaries are set in stone, and you're not going to see further encroachment from Israeli settlers, but having sort of strong local politics that puts the onus of regional identity on the people and their day-to-day lives, like education, like housing, like personal and familial prosperity, as opposed to an identity that's simply rooted in fighting the oppression and hating Israel.
And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, to discuss this further, we're joined now by Angie Wong, who's a Republican strategist based in Florida. Great to have you with us. We're also joined by Paul Glastris, former chief speechwriter to President Bill Clinton, also editor-in-chief of The Washington Monthly. Great to have you both with us. I mean, a lot to digest. It's been a busy 24 hours in US politics. Let me start with you, Paul. I mean, Zoran Mamdani's win described as having electrified the left. Do you think Mamdani is now the face or the soul of the Democratic Party, a party that, for the last few months at any rate, has been slightly in the wilderness?
Well, it was a big win for him. He's an extraordinarily gifted politician and speaker. It's certainly a big deal. It isn't the only race. It wasn't even the biggest race. Democrats won across the board, most of them not associated with the socialist side of the ticket, mostly centrists, a lot of women, and so it certainly will be seized on by some as, because it is kind of the most interesting race, but I think you could read too much into that part of it.
Okay, I mean, internationally, it certainly captured the imaginations of a lot of people. Because Angie, I mean, a self-described socialist has just become New York's youngest mayor since the year 1892, the city's first Muslim mayor, the first African-born mayor. I mean, what sort of a message does all of that send about New York?
And it's pretty clear. I mean, during his victory speech, he was very proud to say, I am a socialist, and this is the socialist moment. And that is what we saw yesterday. Democrats and socialists, they got the moment. That was their big win yesterday. Whether or not they can push the rest of the party farther and further to the left, that has still remained to be seen because, yes, Zoran Mamdani won yesterday, but we also had Abigail Spanberger and we also had Mickey Sherrill, who are much more moderate to the party. So there's going to be some internal fighting there to see who actually controls the Democrat Party. But Zoran Mamdani is certainly the rock star. He's a 34-year-old who has very, if not any, city management experience. I mean, you have to remember what this job is. To be the New York City mayor, you're in charge of garbage and snow removal and all those things. It's an actual job. So, you know, it's one thing to come in with no experience and to play out this kind of progressive theory in a real city, but another thing to really manage over, 100,000 city workers. So we're going to see if it's going to work or if that's going to blow up in the left's face, and then Republicans will gladly come in and clean up New York City like we did with Rudy Giuliani back in the 90s.
Okay, Paul, what do you have to say to that? And do you think there is an element of, now the glitz and the excitement of the campaign is over, the election's over, now it's down to hard work. Will he be able to deliver?
I have no idea. I mean, Angie put it right. You have, moderates winning in other mostly blue states. You have another Muslim candidate who's a moderate winning in Virginia, and you had another Muslim socialist African-born or heritage candidate in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, who lost to a mainstream Democrat. So there's a lot of mixed signals here, and I think you could read too much into it. But it's certainly the case that Mamdani has, as Angie said, a big job ahead of him and a lot of youth. He's not an experienced manager of cities, so we'll have to see.
Okay, Angie, I mean, what are we hearing from President Trump? I mean, there's clearly going to be a bit of a post-mortem in the ranks of the GOP. What are we hearing so far?
So President Trump just held a breakfast for Republican senators just minutes ago, and he was asked that very question. This is going to be a reaction to yesterday's election, where largely Democrats have won across the board. And it seems though the one theme that's emerging is that Democrats won because of one word: affordability. Our gases, our insurance, our grocery prices are way, way too high. And the Mamdani win and other wins, that is a reaction to just not being able to afford to live in cities in America. So instead of responding directly to Democrats winning, President Trump wants now to lift the filibuster in the Senate so that we can reopen the government. One of the reasons why we can't bring costs down here in the U.S. is because the big, beautiful bill has not been able to be implemented yet. Everything is stalled in Congress at this very time. So President Trump even said during the breakfast just a few minutes ago that he would love for tonight for the government to reopen. So I think that is going to be something that John Thune, our Senate Majority Leader, has to really pay close attention to, because enough is enough. We're at day 36, the longest government shutdown in history. It is time to reopen the government. We need to get things moving again in order for President Trump to get his agenda across. This is his big agenda moment. And if we're going to keep losing seats, well, we have the midterms in 1 year's time, and he wants to make sure that we bring affordability back to Americans so that Democrats do not own that message.
Right. Paul, what do you make of that? I mean, affordability is something we've heard a lot about from New Yorkers who say, the cost of living is out of control in that city, and Mamdani is promising to tackle it. I mean, this is the first major electoral test since President Trump returned to power in earlier on this year. I mean, what does this all tell us about the mood of the country right now?
Look, Donald Trump won on affordability. Joe Biden and ultimately Kamala Harris lost because 60-70% of Americans can barely keep up with the cost of living. Wages have been, sparse for many decades. Prices have gone up. He promised to turn things around. Things have, if anything, gotten a little worse. Democrats absolutely exploited that sense that people have. But let me just point out, there was no real surprise in any of these races, in the sense that, all the polls were mostly saying these candidates would win. What is a surprise is the margins. The margins are way higher for the winners. People were saying Mikey Sherrill, the helicopter pilot, mother of four, ex-prosecutor who won in New Jersey, polls were saying she'll win by 3 to 7 points. She won by 13 points. Abigail Spanberger, the ex-CIA analyst, congresswoman, now governor-elect of Virginia, won a higher percentage of the vote than any governor in decades. These are exceptional, and in Georgia, Republicans lost. In Pennsylvania, Republicans lost. Small offices, but it's telling. This is a real rebuke to the Trump administration, the president, and again, not surprising, the president's poll numbers have just cratered, really all ever since April, but increasingly in the last few weeks. And the shutdown, if you look at the polls, voters are blaming the president and Republicans more than the Democrats. So Angie's, right that Trump would like to end the shutdown because it's a fight that he's not winning. And these election results really underscore that.
Okay, Angie, I don't know what you have to say to that. And also, I mean, I noticed on your Twitter feed, Angie, or X as it's called now, you weren't thrilled, were you, by the choice of candidate for New York mayor from the Republican Party? You think perhaps, well, I got the impression that you seem to think they picked the wrong person.
No, absolutely. And I was working on Curtis Lee Wah's campaign back in 2021. So I knew that his numbers were never going to be even close to what we got there. He was almost at, I believe, 28, 29% in 2021. And for him to fall back into the lower teens yesterday, I mean, it was just embarrassing. So we knew we had the wrong candidate. I blame the GOP on this. Look, I'm part of the party. I wish we put in more work. Where was the campaigning in New York City? We're journalists here. We want to help out the candidates as well, but they're just not giving us anything. So that was a problem. New York City just needs to have a better game plan, a master plan to win back some of the seats that they have lost this round. And I think they're going to try to do that in 2026 with the governor's race. This whole scenario is perfectly set up for a Republican win during the governor's race in New York State, but with the right candidate and also with the right messaging. Now, I agree with Paul. What we saw yesterday was a referendum on Trump's policies. It is not a one-size-fits-all. It does not work on all Americans, and clearly American voters are now telling him that. And I think the Trump administration should take a pause and say, okay, what did we learn from yesterday? Do we pivot on some of our hardline policies now? Because Trump really wants to have a full 4-year presidency. And if he doesn't win in the midterms in 2026, he's going to have a 2-year real full-term presidency and then have to fight the rest, right? So if the House goes back, let's say, to the Democrats, or if the Senate goes towards the Democrats, it's going to be a much harder fight. So right now, if I'm the Trump administration, I am taking a step back. I am looking at the numbers. Last night, Zoran Mondani won mostly the female Gen Z vote at 84%. And he also won a lot of Black and Latino votes. So that was surprising to see. As we do the autopsy of last night's election, we're going to try to work on our messaging, try to work on affordability, and try to win back some of these voters.
Paul, let me turn back to you, because there have been some who've argued that, and sorry to keep talking about Mamdani, I know there were other races, but we are particularly focused on New York from an international point of view. Some argue that a sort of more radical candidate like Mamdani was actually a gift to President Trump, because he's going to try to paint all Democrats as being extreme based on what Mamdani's beliefs are. And he didn't shy off, did he, President Trump, attaching labels to him, calling him a communist, calling him a Jew hater. I mean, do you think they've got a point, these commentators who say that, in a way, Mamdani is something of a gift to Donald Trump?
I think that they see it that way, and they're probably right that they can get some mileage out of it. And this is why you saw Democratic leaders in the House and Senate being very, very risk averse and not embracing him, because they're looking at their other members. They know that those attacks can work. And even if it doesn't describe the vast majority of Democrats, it can hurt other Democrats. So I think, yes, it may not be, quite a fair thing, but, Donald Trump will use it and Republicans will use it. We'll see how successful they are.
And Paul, what did you make of those labels that were attached to Mamdani? You know, a little communist, a Jew hater. I mean, what does that tell us about the current climate in America?
It's par for the course out of Republicans' mouths. This is how the party now talks. You know, he's not a communist. He's not a Jew hater. A lot of Jews voted for him, not the majority. But you know, this is now, you know, how they talk, and you know, we'll see if it has any. It's certainly his profile in this cycle. You know, he was in the front pages of every paper all over the country for weeks and weeks and weeks. Didn't seem to hurt the Democrats who were running, for instance, in New Jersey, right across the river. So whether his win can tar the trajectory of the rest of the Democratic Party, I honestly doubt it, but it remains to be seen.
And Angie,
May I jump in here?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that labeling Zoran Mamdani as a socialist, as a radical, I even heard the word terrorist, none of that worked. It clearly did not work in the polls last night. And these kind of locker room talks, it doesn't work. It may work in some of the Republican bases, but with Democrats, they actually embraced it. When Zoran Mamdani took the stage yesterday, he embraced being a socialist. And you know what? The crowd cheered louder every time he used that word. So it didn't work. And then we had a poll today come out that a quarter of New Yorkers now identify as Democrat socialists. It is now trending. So it backfired on Trump, labeling socialist and all these words that I think a lot of Americans just don't understand. It's actually backfiring on Republicans. So we need to find a better strategy. We can't just keep calling people names. We actually need to have policies that back what we do versus just, you know, labeling people bad words that, quite honestly, it's actually fueling the left.
Right. So we have these scary labels that are being used with regards to Mamdani, and threat behind them in the form of that threat to pull the plug on federal funding for New York. I mean, Angie, do you think President Trump is serious? Do you think he is going to somehow make life difficult for Mayor Mamdani, or do you think that was just, as you said, locker room talk?
No, it's 100%. I mean, there's going to be a plan. Remember, Trump has a lot of properties and lots of friends with properties in New York. He's going to make sure that, you know, his investments are safe and secure. He also understands we've seen other cities go in this direction, London in particular, and he doesn't want any of that happening to New York City. So we have a preview of what a Mamdani mayoralship can look like. So one of the things is pulling federal funds, or at least giving the bare minimum that is required by law to New York City. So Trump can play a lot here if he wanted to. Maybe the smart move would be for Zoran Mamdani to not just go butting heads with President Trump, but actually working with President Trump like our San Francisco mayor is doing. It's a respect thing. Now, in respects to all the free stuff that Zoran Mamdani wants to give to New Yorkers, you can't do that. You need the state legislature to approve, and then you need the governor to sign off on all these things. I don't know if he can actually deliver on any of his campaign messages. It's great to say, hey, free stuff for everybody, but the reality is you still have several layers of government to get through before you can start making everything free.
Okay, Paul, your final thoughts. I mean, do you see these two men, President Trump and Mamdani, working together, or are they going to find any areas of cooperation, or is this open warfare?
We'll have to see. Open warfare at first. That would be my guess. But look, the president before this election, blocked funding for a commuter tunnel under the Hudson River that New Jersey citizens need to get in and out of downtown Manhattan. And that was very bad for the president's own choice of a candidate in New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli, who was quite a good candidate. He came within 3 points of winning the governorship last time, and now he lost by 13. So if I'm Mamdani, my attitude might be bring it on, because New Yorkers will rally around being attacked. And at some point, a lot of what Trump has tried to do in this stuff is unconstitutional and has only been he's only been able to get away with it because we have a, very submissive Republican majority Congress that isn't exercising its own responsibility. So it'll probably get worse before it gets better, but I don't think it's going to help the president.
Okay, well, you've had the last word because I'm being told we're out of time. Thank you very much indeed to you, Paul Glastris, and thanks to you as well, Angie Wong. A pleasure having you both on the program.
Thank you.
Well, we're joined now by Professor Alan Dershowitz, who's a former attorney to President Trump. He joins us now from New York. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Professor Dershowitz. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
New York has a new mayor-elect. He is 34 years old. He's the youngest mayor since the year 1892, the first Muslim mayor and the first mayor to be born on the African continent. How do you feel as someone who resides or spends quite a lot of his time in New York about this new mayor?
Well, I think it's very unpredictable. It depends on which Mayor Mamdani emerges. The man who ran for mayor seemed like a moderate, a socialist, much in the image of Scandinavian socialism, not necessarily Castro or Venezuelan socialism. But then he made a very fiery speech when he accepted victory, which suggested maybe he will move even further to the left. So it's unpredictable. Will this help Donald Trump and the Republicans in national elections? Probably. Will it inspire other very left-wing radical socialists all over the country to run for mayor? Already we're seeing that. Minneapolis, perhaps Chicago, perhaps San Francisco. So it really creates a lot of unpredictability. The one thing that's upsetting to me as a Jew is that so many people of the Jewish faith voted for him, 31 to 33%. This is only 80 years after the Holocaust. And when you have somebody who has said some very negative things about Jews and who has refused to recognize Israel as a Jewish state, although he recognizes many Arab states, which are Muslim states, it is upsetting and disturbing to many Jewish citizens of New York and the United States. He tried to reach out in his speech yesterday and talked about how Jews will be safe. So I have an open mind. I wish Cuomo had been elected, but he wasn't. The people spoke. It was an overwhelming victory. And let's see how he governs. If he governs well and he moderates some of his views, that will be one thing. But if he tries to turn New York into Cuba or Venezuela, it will be bad not only for New York, but for the country and indeed for the world economy.
I mean, President Trump was quite disparaging about Mayor-elect Mamdani in the last 24 hours, calling him a little communist and a self-professed quote, Jew hater. I mean, do you agree with what President Trump said? Do you think those two labels are indeed apt in your mind?
Well, President Trump has a way of stating things very directly, and I don't always agree with his tone or his statements. I think we have to be concerned about his attitudes, and we have to make sure he doesn't become a full-fledged communist and a full-fledged Jew hater. There are risks, and there are risks that some of his followers will misunderstand him, and it will increase the violence we've seen against Jewish citizens in New York and the anti-Israel protests that we've seen. Remember that a mayor doesn't speak only for himself. He has, hundreds of thousands, and in this case, millions of people around the country who will now see him as a symbol of the new Democratic Party. And if they misinterpret it, or if they say, when he says he won't condemn a call for globalizing the jihad, well, whether some person in Queens will say, oh, that means I can blow up a building. There is that risk, the risk that he could be misinterpreted and misunderstood. So We hope for the best. We fear the worst. And we'll see if New York survives this. A lot of New Yorkers are going to leave. A lot of New York corporations are going to leave for very simple reasons, very, very high taxation. But New York will survive that. I think the question is, what kind of a mayor Mamdani will be? Will he be a fiery, radical, left-wing socialist who wants to bring down America? Or will he be more like a Scandinavian or Israeli socialist, where you have some degree of socialism, but a large amount of free market capitalism operating at the same time? I have an open mind.
Professor Dershowitz, will you be one of the people who considers fleeing New York?
No, I would never flee. I fight back. That's not in my nature ever to flee. Obviously, if I lived in Nazi Germany in the 1930s, I hope I would have been smart enough to flee. But I do not think New York is that. And so I will stay in New York, stay in Florida, stay in the United States, continue to vote my principles. I used to be a Democrat for more than 60 years. I was a Democrat as a result of Mamdani getting the nomination and other trends in the Democratic Party. I have officially left the Democratic Party. I am not a Republican. I'm an independent, but I'm going to fight for the Constitution, for what I think is right. I'm going to stand up very strongly for Israel. I still wear my hostage pin, even though most of the live hostages have been returned. Not all the dead hostages have been returned. I'm hoping for a two-state solution in the Middle East that will allow both the Israelis and the Palestinians to live good lives. So I'm an optimist.
Okay. I mean, what went wrong, do you think, for the GOP mayoral candidate? Was he simply the wrong choice, do you think?
Oh, they made the wrong choices. That they could have won. If, for example, if the woman who is now police commissioner of New York, who is a young, brilliant former student of mine, if she had run, and maybe she will run in 4 years, I think she would have won. I don't think New Yorkers were all that enthusiastic about Mamdani. I think they were concerned about the two people running against him, both of whom are much, much older, both of whom have run many, many, many times in the past. And I think a lot of young New Yorkers particularly were looking for a new face, and they got a new face. But somebody like Jessica Tisch, who is the police commissioner, is herself Jewish, comes from a very distinguished New York family, I think in a one-to-one could beat him, and maybe we'll see that in 4 years. But again, we have to endure and survive these next years, and we'll do it while fighting back against the evils that we may see occurring and hopefully embracing some of the good. So again, I'm an optimist. I've lived through New York elections for, I'm 87 years old, for a lot of years, and I hope to live through many more of them.
Well, you don't look 87, that's for sure. But let's talk about the significantly younger, let's face it, Mayor-elect Mamdani, 34 years old, media savvy. He sort of appeared from nowhere, really, without a huge amount of financial backing, without a huge amount of institutional backing. And I'm just wondering whether you see him shaping up to be a real thorn in the side of President Trump.
Oh, yes. He's a very, very good candidate. He made a very, very, very good campaign. I think he did get some funding. People are looking into it. We know there was some funding from some Arab sources, CARE and other organizations. We think that there may have been funding from George Soros and from some foreign sources. We're not sure, but people are looking into it. Now that he's elected, people will look into it even more aggressively. But putting that aside, he got 100,000 young people going door to door for him. He ran an extraordinary a campaign, effective campaign. He deserved to win based on the campaign that he ran compared to the campaigns that his opponents ran. So he did come from nowhere, but he's established himself. He can't run for president because he wasn't born in the United States, but he can become a major force and can promote people like AOC, the woman from Queens, who is led the way for a socialist candidate. And what's unclear is whether the Democratic Socialists of America have any credence and any possibility of prevailing in most parts of the United States. I think the answer to that is no. I think they can win in some big cities. particularly blue cities, Democrat cities, but they will not win in places like Texas and Florida and other places, and certainly not in rural areas. So the future of the Democratic Socialists of America is also quite important. You know, their standard bearers they have some old ones like Sanders, they have young ones like him, and they have a lot of young people who support them. But I don't think they have a majority. I think Americans are much more middle of the road and much more free market oriented. They don't like rich people getting all the tax breaks in the world, but they are centrist and open market. So I don't think the Democratic Socialists of America have a real chance of becoming an important national party. And if they do, it will only hurt the Democrats, because then they'll take votes away mostly from Democrats. So it's complicated. It's unpredictable. Last night was a very, very important night in American politics, and it remains to be seen what its impact will be from New York to Washington, D.C., and globally.
Yeah, I mean, so we've established that, you know, Mamdani has the capacity to be an irritant for President Trump. What about looking at things the other way around? We did hear President Trump threaten to cut off some federal funding for New York were Mamdani to win the election, which he now has done. How real do you think that threat is, and is there some pain in store for New Yorkers?
Well, we've learned a lesson. I think the world has learned a lesson. Never ignore threats made by President Trump. He keeps his word. He will carry out some of those threats, and there will be some cutting off of funding to New York. And we'll see how New York makes up for it. When you have federal funding cut off, when you have the tax base reduced and a lot of wealthy taxpayers leaving, it doesn't bode well for New York. But, you know, New York's a strong city, and it will endure. So I'm not worried for New York, but I'm, worried for what impact this could have just generally around the world, whether it suggests the beginning of a new trend toward socialism, which has not proved itself to be successful. So far, there has never been a really successful socialist economy and socialist country. Maybe there will be. We don't know. But there are risks. And I think the risks, I think Donald Trump and his Republican Party benefit from yesterday's election, because I think that in the midterms, he will run against the socialists, and the mainstream Democrats will try to run against socialism. And I think they will win in many parts of the country as a result of that.
Right. So you seem to be saying that, in fact, Mamdani and people who think along his lines are actually going to split the Democratic Party even more than already has been split. And I just want to ask you, lastly, if you will, Professor Dershowitz, just before we wrap up, President Trump has given a bit of a post-mortem on what's happened the last 24 hours, not just in New York, but in the other electoral races that were held last night. He seemed to suggest that the government shutdown was a big factor in all of this. He also said his own name not being on any of the ballots was a big factor in all of this. What do you make of his arguments?
I think it's very difficult to give one explanation for what happens nationally and in all the states. But I do think that typically when you have a president elected from one party during midterms, and this is not quite the midterm, this is just 1 year later, you see the minority party winning. And so we saw it in New Jersey, we saw it in Virginia, we've seen it in other parts of the country. And it just shows that a year from now, when we have a really major election to see who controls the House and who controls the Senate, I think it is utterly unpredictable. Unpredictable whether the name Trump will help or hurt. It will help some places. It will hurt other places. I think generally in most parts of the country, it will help more than it hurt, because Trump did win the popular vote in last year, in addition to winning the electoral vote. So we have to wait and see. But I think every political analyst is now working at their computers and trying to figure out what the impact of this election is going to be on the much more important midterm election a year from now.
OK, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Professor Alan Dershowitz, always a pleasure talking to you. Well, I'm very pleased to say we're joined now by the Iraqi Foreign Minister, Fouad Hussein, who joins us now from Erbil. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Minister. There are reports that the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has issued a warning to Baghdad, a serious warning, a final warning, he called it, about the presence of Iranian-backed militia groups in your country. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also issued such a warning. How seriously is Iraq taking this warning, and what's being done to address the issue?
I think the Secretary of Defense called our Minister of Defense, and they discussed this matter. That is serious. And of course, we are taking these warnings seriously. And I think the Prime Minister is on a daily basis in contact with various groups to discuss the position of the United States towards these groups.
And what's your interpretation? Why do you think Washington is making a warning like this right now? Because some people are suggesting the US is poised to take some action in the region. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. You see, you may ask Washington about that, why they are doing it now. But it is obvious for us. It is not only now, but a while ago, and even the previous administration, they were talking about this issue. I think they are linking these groups with the Iranian influence, so that is the position. They have got a clear position towards Iran, and they think that the Iranian has got influence in Iraq through these groups.
Now, the United States has a newly appointed special envoy to your country, a man by the name of Mark Savaya. He says his mission is to support Iraq in moving towards full sovereignty. I'm wondering, what do you think he means by that?
I don't know. You may ask him, but anyhow, we are looking forward to working together with the envoy of President Trump, and we are ready for cooperating with him. And I think this is a good step, because at the end, that means President Trump is paying a lot of attention to the situation in Iraq, and he appointed one of the people who is close to him, and he can report directly to the White House. So I think this is a positive step for the Iraqis.
Minister Hussain, how would you describe the state of relations between Baghdad and the new administration of President Trump in Washington?
We have got a good relationship with Washington. I have been in Washington, and we had good discussion with Secretary of State, and we see regularly people from Washington or American in Baghdad. So our relationship is based on, in the first place, on the history, the relationship between United States and Iraq. It goes back to 2003, but also to the fight against working together and cooperating together, fighting ISIS terrorists. So we have got a lot together to depend on. And besides that, we have got a framework agreement between Baghdad and Washington. So on the basis of history, but also on the basis of mutual interest, I see the relationship is quite good. It's normal. You see, in the past, the focus was on the security. But nowadays, because the security has been improved in Iraq. In fact, security is very good in Iraq. So the focus is on other fields, on having American companies in Iraq, thinking about working together in various fields, especially on energy, but also on health sector, on education sector. So there are various fields in which we are working together with the American side.
So you have good relations with Washington, and you talk about inward investment by the Americans in your country. And we began this conversation talking about Iranian influence on your country and the influence it has on not just the political landscape, but with these militia groups. Does Iraq have to choose, given that Iran and the United States are far from being allies? Do you have to choose? Is it Washington? Is it Tehran? Or can you have both?
No, you see, our foreign relationship depends on a few facts. Geography, history, and interest. If we are talking about geography and history, geographically, we and the Iranian are neighbor, and historically we have many things in common, and culturally, of course. And we have a great interest to continue our good relationship with the United States. We consider the United States as an ally for Iraq. We are very frank with the Iranian side. They have got their problem with the American, but that's their problem. That's not our problem. We want to have good relationship with both. And if we can help between both sides, we will do that. We did it in the past sometimes. But nowadays, the tension is high. When the tension is high between Tehran and Washington, of course, it will affect us negatively. That's why we hope that there will be talks and negotiation between Tehran and Washington. However, the basis of our relationship is clear. And when we choose friends, we choose it frankly. Americans are our friends and our ally, and Iran is our neighbor, and we have got with the Iranian also very many issues which has to do with the history, with culture. So we respect our relationship with the Iranian, but we keep also our good relationship with the United States.
When we look at what the United States has been doing and saying in, for example, a country like Lebanon, where there is a clear problem with Hezbollah and the United States, do you think it's likely the US views perhaps Iraq as potentially having a similar problem later on down the line, a Hezbollah-style problem, i.e. a state within a state that makes that country impossible to govern?
You see, it is not, the problems that we have has not to do with the United States or other countries. It is our internal problem. We have got a constitution, and we must be committed to this constitution, and the constitution doesn't allow groups working outside the state or not following the government. So we must go back to the Constitution and be committed to the Constitution. And when I am talking about we all Iraqis. So actually, this is, in the first place, an internal question. And I hope that during the coming time, we can solve it. And those groups, armed groups, who are functioning outside the authority of the government, must understand that this is not allowed on the basis of the Constitution. So in the first place, it must be solved internally and within the Iraqi society.
I think our viewers will be very pleased to hear you say that the security situation in Iraq is vastly improved. That was a key point, because this is, we're now just a few days away, less than a week away from elections in Iraq. Those elections will take place next Tuesday, the 11th of November, the 6th election since the overthrow of Saddam Hussein. Yes. The average age of an Iraqi lawmaker is 55. And voters seem to be tired of sectarian politics, corruption, unemployment, poor services, especially access to electricity. Does it seem to you like Iraqi politics needs a reboot? And do you think these elections represent an opportunity for your country?
In the first place, we are very happy that the democratic process, step by step, has been widened and is continuing. It is not easy in Iraq, but also in the region, to build a democratic system and democratic process. However, as you mentioned, this is the sixth time that the Iraqi people are going to vote and to choose a new government. And this is, comparing with our history, Iraqi history, this is really exceptional, because in Iraqi political history, the change came always through coup d'etat and through military actions. So now we are far away from that phenomena. Do we have a problem in our society? Yes. Do we have challenges? Yes. We have got various challenges. Some of them has to do with the region, but some of them has to do with the Iraqi society. One of the challenges that we are facing is deepening the democracy and exercising the democratic system in different way. Of course, the parliament is an important organization in any democratic system. So going to elect a new parliament is very important for us. That doesn't mean that we are going to solve all problems. We have got economic challenges. Our economy is depending heavily on oil revenue, and that depends on the oil price. So when oil price is going high, then our financially we are in good shape. When it goes down, then we have got problem. So diversifying our economy is one of the plan, one of the point in our plan in the future. But also fighting corruption. Corruption is really a big challenge to our system. However, we are talking about that, we are recognizing that, and we are presenting plans to fight corruption. So we hope that within the next process, we can develop true tools to fight corruption. We are recognizing our problems. We are not saying that we don't have problems. We are recognizing all these problems that you have mentioned. But at the same time, people are free. People have got political parties. People are free to talk. People are free to organize demonstrations. In general, the development, economic development has been better. So there are also many positive aspects of this new democratic process in Iraq.
And just lastly, Minister, I mean, there are lots of young candidates presenting themselves in these elections. There are also going to be a lot of first-time voters. So the youth could be quite mobilized in these elections. What do you think they expect from you and from the country's political leadership?
One of the problems that we are facing has to do with, as I mentioned, an economic situation, unemployment. And unemployment among the youth is very high. Our economy, as I said, is depending heavily on oil income. So we are trying to diversify in the first place our economy, but also to support private sector. When the private sector, they will be stronger in our society and functional in our economy, I think it will be easier to find space for those youth to work, not only being and watching the government so that they can be an employee of the government, but also to go to the private sector. So we need to build our private sector in the coming years so that there will be work and a chance for work for the youth. So this is the main problem for the youth in our society.
Okay, well, we wish you well with those elections. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us here on Al Arabiya English. Iraq's Foreign Minister Fawad Hussain, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Mr. Casper, thank you very much for this interview. The rising global debt is causing many to sound the alarm about a possible crisis looming. The US is no exception, and just a few days ago, billionaire Ray Dalio warned that the situation in the US right now when it comes to public debt is casting a very similar shadow to that pre-World War II. How worried are you?
Thanks very much for a very complete question that allows me to give you an overview of our views about public finance, public debt, and public debt risks at this point in the world economy. One of our headline messages for the annual meetings is that debt is high, and at this point in time, global public debt is rising fast and is projected to go above 100% of global GDP by 2029. Risks are also on the upside, which means that it's more likely that debt will grow even faster than it is that it will slow down. Part of the reason for this development is that we have changed the macroeconomic environment quite severely some years ago when interest rates start rising. For a long period of time, debt was rising, but interest rates were coming down so that the burden on budgets was more or less steady. But since 2021, interest rates have increased, and from 2023, public debt also turned up. So we have this coincidence of public debt rising, interest rates rising, the burden of interest payments on budget is increasing as well. In the world, round numbers, rough numbers, in 2020, the interest bill on budget was about 2% of GDP, and now it's approaching 3% of GDP. It's a very large pressure. Now, if you look at financial markets right now, you see that assets have their valuations stretched. You have a situation where spreads are narrow, credit risk spreads are narrow. In such a situation, financial risks can materialize. And in a situation where governments are in a vulnerable position, one of the scenarios that we worry most about is one in which there is a fiscal, financial, adverse feedback loop. And we have shown some years ago that when countries have fiscal space, they can manage a financial crisis to minimize impacts on employment and economic activity and make sure that the recovery comes fast. Countries that are constrained, that don't have fiscal space, that don't have fiscal buffers, on the contrary, have to suffer, have to endure falls in employment and economic activity that are much more pronounced, and a recovery that takes much longer to come.
How problematic for you is the global push into spending more on military?
So we use a frame to look at the political pressures on the budget right now, and we call it a fiscal policy trilemma. Part of the trilemma has to do with spending pressures. The spending pressures at this point in time come first from the increase in interest burdens on budget that I've already referred to. And then you have other pressures that are different across countries in the world. For many countries in the world, population aging, having to do with spending on pensions and health, is a pressure. For others is priorities that are put on security and defense, like in your example. Still for others, it has to do with spending which is necessary to promote growth and development. For others, it is competitiveness. But in any case, most countries around the world are facing spending pressures of different natures. At the same time, countries face resistance to increases in taxation, to new taxes. If you have a situation like the one I described, where you have relatively high debt, relatively high deficits, if you have pressures on spending and you cannot increase taxation, you will have a perpetuation of deficits that push public debt up, and that threatens fiscal sustainability and financial stability. That's the trilemma. How do you get around the trilemma? You have already hinted at one very important element, which is growth. Right? So if one can deploy fiscal policy as structural policy with other structural policies to promote growth, one eases the trilemma, because growth endogenously generates additional revenues which create fiscal space. The fiscal monitor looks at public spending composition and public spending efficiency, and shows how these two dimensions are very important for the growth performance of countries. But more generally, it's very important to invest, so to speak, in public trust, because public trust allows countries to have a very good social and political cohesion that allows them to respond rapidly to changing circumstances, and that's part of a resilient economy, it's part of a resilient society.
Let me ask you about pension funds in the developed countries, where we are witnessing an aging population and an increased attack on immigration systems. How does that change the pension landscape in developed countries?
So 6 months ago in April, we looked at the political economy of pension reform in the fiscal monitor, and we identified that very transparent communication, explanation of the financial constraints associated with social security systems, and a consultation with the most relevant stakeholders was extremely important to build a consensus around the process of reform of social security. This very morning, I had I participated in a panel, I moderated a panel on pension reform, and in that context, the panelists were very much emphasizing that the political elements of the process of reform are crucial, and they were arguing that the reform of the pension system should be thought through in terms of a social contract, one generation to the next, and should be put in the context, in the broad context of economic and financial development. For example, when one makes a transition to a fully funded defined contribution system, one can mobilize the savings that are accumulated in the system to foster capital market development, and so the financing of, say, innovation, as you were emphasizing a moment ago. At the same time, you do have cases around the world where difficult reforms were passed that create much stronger resilience in the system. For example, Sweden and Japan have indexed the age of retirement to life expectancy in quite a mechanical way, and that does help the system to become self-sustained in a prudent way.
Dear viewers of Al Arabiya channel, we would like to greet you from the capital of the Republic of Azerbaijan, the beautiful city of Baku. Today, I will have the honor of conducting a special interview with the President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev. Of course, this meeting comes in the period following the agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan with the support of US President Donald Trump. Today, we are living through those historic days, and we will discuss this very issue. At the same time, we will also talk about Azerbaijan's role between East and West. Likewise, we will discuss Azerbaijan's role in the South Caucasus. Mr. President, welcome to Al Arabiya channel.
Very good to see you. Welcome to Azerbaijan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. With your permission, I would now like to refer to that historic agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan through the mediation efforts of Donald Trump. I would like to know your vision in general and how long will it go after all?
Well, I think what happened in Washington on the 8th of August is actually the end of confrontation and end of standoff. We've been for a long time at war with Armenia. It was Armenia which occupied Azerbaijani territory since the beginning of the 90s. And at that time, Azerbaijan was very weak. We didn't have army. And Armenia had external supporters who supported them in occupation of Azerbaijani territories. So almost 20% of our territories were occupied by them, and we had 1 million refugees. So at that time, it was one of the highest ratio per capita. Population of Azerbaijan was 8 million, so 1 million were homeless. The First Karabakh War ended in 1994 by ceasefire, and we were engaged in the series of endless and, as we've seen, useless negotiations, which lasted until 2020, when the Second Karabakh War started and we liberated our internationally recognized territories. Almost 5 years ago, during the 44 years liberation war, Azerbaijan restored justice, international law, and its dignity, and returned our lands. So after that, there was a certain vacuum in the process because at that time mediators didn't know what they should do next. And it was again Azerbaijan which offered to start a peace process with Armenia. Again, we initiated the format of negotiations. We introduced the draft of peace agreement. And actually, what was initialed in Washington on 8th of August was based on Azerbaijani version of how we see interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan should be framed. So negotiation lasted, as I said, for several years and ended in Washington with great support from President Trump and his team. So actually, I think that this is the end of conflict, end of war. Formally, the peace agreement was not signed for one particular reason, that there is still provision in Armenian constitution which puts under doubt Azerbaijan's territorial integrity. So they will make amendment, as far as we understand, and as soon as this amendment to constitution is done and territorial claims to Azerbaijan are deducted from the constitution, the formal peace agreement will be signed. But the fact that Azerbaijan and Armenia in White House, in front of President Trump, initialed this document means that it's the end of war which lasted in stages for more than 30 years. And it opens absolutely new opportunities for the region of Southern Caucasus. and for a broader region of Central Asia and Middle East.
فخامة الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن التعديل بالمؤسسات الدستورية داخل Mr. President, you noted the amendment to the Armenian constitution, and now when we talk about the peace, is there any internal political change? If it happens in Armenia, will it harm the process?
It's difficult to say. I can only guess. I hope that nothing will interfere into the process. But again, I don't have 100% guarantees because I'm not well aware about the internal politics of Armenia. We know that next summer they will have a parliamentary elections. We know that they're working on the draft of new constitution. But if there is a strong external interference, yes, we may think that something can break what has been agreed, but that will be very harmful for Armenia itself, because no matter who signed the documents in Washington, they were signed on behalf of Armenia by Armenian leader. And if something happens there with respect to the changes, and they will step back from what has been signed, that will seriously deteriorate relations between Armenia and the United States, and not only United States, but international community supported this process. European Union supported, Turkey supported, our friends in Arab countries supported. So the whole international community were positive with respect to that. So breaking this arrangement means to go against the entire world and what they will earn. For Armenia, what was signed in Washington is a guarantee for peace and for stable development. I spoke a little bit about the First Karabakh War, but you know, in order to illustrate what happened to us, probably we will need days and months. There was an ethnic cleansing, there was a Khojaly genocide, innocent people were killed. We still have more than 3,000 people missing. And there was a strong emotional feelings here in Azerbaijan. Even when the war of 2020 ended with our victory, still there were people in Azerbaijan who demanded revenge. But I told at that time when I addressed the people that we took revenge on the battlefield. We will not do to them what they've done to us, because what they've done to us were war crimes. So what I'm trying to say is that if any future government of Armenia, no matter when this government or if it comes to power, will put under doubt what has been signed in Washington, then Armenia will face serious complications. Because the balance of powers in the region is absolutely in our favor from all points of view. I think it's obvious to everyone. And if Armenia would again put under doubt our territorial integrity, we will respond adequately. The importance of what has been signed in Washington is that both sides recognize territorial integrity of each other and will plan their future interaction based on this fundamental thesis of international law. So if they stop recognizing our territorial integrity, we will do the same with their territorial integrity, and who will win and who will lose, I think it's a rhetoric question. So I think that there'll be enough wisdom and reasonable approach from any future Armenian government not to put under doubt what we agreed in Washington. And again, it's agreement between two states. It's not agreement between Pashinyan and myself.
Sure.
سيد الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن يعني ضرورة أن يبقى هذا.
Mr. President, as you have noted, the understanding should stay stable in the future. And there were a lot of tragedies in Nagorno-Karabakh. How you have started the reconstruction? Because we would like to know the IDPs, both Armenian and Azerbaijani. And in addition to that, did the Minsk group end by this signing?
Yes, the solution of the Minsk group was one of the conditions which Azerbaijan put forward in the very first stages of negotiations, and our logic was based on the fact that when Minsk group was created by OSCE in 1992, it was created to address the Karabakh conflict. So when Armenia officially recognizes Karabakh as part of Azerbaijan, and when they say that the conflict is over, that means that the legal existence of Minsk group is absurd. And if they insist on keeping it alive, that means that they still have territorial claims to Karabakh. So that was the logic which was the basis for our position. And it took us a lot of time and effort to persuade Armenia to agree that both sides should write a letter to OSCE in order to dissolve the Minsk group, what happened in the presence of President Trump. So now the process has started, and that will be the legal death of Minsk group, because it's already dysfunctional for almost 5 years. With respect to IDPs, during the First Karabakh War, there have been no Armenian IDPs, because Azerbaijan did not occupy territory of Armenia. They occupied our territory. That's why we had so many refugees and IDPs which lived in difficult conditions during these years. We introduced the program of the resettlement even during the times of occupation, because absolute majority of them lived in tent camps for more than a decade. So we started to abolish tent camps as soon as I became president, and we finished that process in 2007. But still, tens of thousands of them lived in very poor conditions. So now the process of return, based on the program which is called the Program of Great Return, have started. And we already settled more than 50,000 of former IDPs in the liberated territories. And the process is continuing. There have been two major impediments. First, landmines. Armenians have planted more than 1 million landmines during the times of occupation. And after the Second Karabakh War ended in November 2020 until today, we have almost 400 casualties. More than 70 killed, and the rest severely injured because of the landmines. So these landmines do not allow us to have a broad, large-scale reconstruction process, because we need first to provide safety. And second, there was a total destruction of infrastructure in Karabakh. Our cities and villages were leveled to ground. Sanitation, water supply, electricity, railroads, highways, all was totally ruined. So we spent most of our money in these first years of reconstruction to build infrastructure, and in parallel to build villages and cities. So now we are almost in the final stage of infrastructural development. I think the full infrastructure projects will be ready maybe in 2-3 years. And now we spend more money for housing projects. So it's now visible, like buildings are coming from the middle of nowhere. And our plan is to provide decent housing conditions, jobs for all the former IDPs, and the process has started. As I said, more than 50,000 already live on the
Yes.
ancestral lands.
سيد الرئيس يعني أيضا
Mr. President, one of the main issues arising from the agreement was to make Azerbaijani dream come true. What we talk about it is the dream of Zanzibar corridor that come true, or what we call Trump route. Why Trump route has come to the table? In addition to that, which stage will this Trump route promise for Azerbaijan to undergo? Of course, this corridor will play an important strategic role between Azerbaijan and Europe.
In order to answer this question, I should go into a little bit of history and just to explain the people who watch us how it happened that Azerbaijan is divided in two. So it was done in the first months of Sovietization of Azerbaijan. When Russian Empire collapsed in 1917, Azerbaijan established Azerbaijan Democratic Republic. It was the first democratic republic in the Muslim world, which was established in May 1918. And it lived until April 1920, when Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. The Bolsheviks, which made a revolution in 1917, they lied to people because their slogans were factories to workers, land to farmers, freedom to peoples. And that's how Azerbaijani people became free. We established our own state. But Bolsheviks took it from us. So in April 1920, Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. In November 1920, just several months after that, Soviet Russian government decided to take Zangezur, we call it Western Zangezur, from Azerbaijan and to give it to Armenia. And that's how Azerbaijan became divided in two, mainland and Nakhchivan. And Western Zangezur was just in between. During the Soviet times, it was not a problem because there were no borders and there was no wars. So people could go freely by cars or by railroad from mainland to Nakhchivan. But after Armenia launched aggression against Azerbaijan, they cut that connection line, they cut the corridor. And today, in order to get to Nakhchivan, we have either to fly there or to go by buses or by cars through the territory of Iran, or even longer route to go through the territory of Georgia, Turkey, and then enter Nakhchivan. So it's a lot of inconvenience and a lot of problems. So after Second Karabakh War ended with our victory, we could have taken that part by force. At that time, Armenian army was totally demoralized. There have been 12,000 deserters, people who ran from war, in Armenian army, and 0 in Azerbaijani army. Azerbaijani army was motivated, people were motivated, and there was no one in front of us. We just stopped on the 10th of November 2020 on our border. We didn't take that part by force, but we told Armenia that they cannot block us from communications with Nakhchivan. So for almost 5 years, we've been negotiating with them about these connectivity lines. In the meantime, we started to build railroad towards Armenian border to connect it with Nakhchivan, and started to build highways. Highway project probably will be ready next year, as well as a railroad. But during these almost 5 years of negotiations, Armenia was not demonstrating constructive approach with respect to our demands or legitimate requests. So when President Trump and his team started to be involved in the process and wanted to facilitate. So our message to them was, without Zangezur corridor being operational and being safe, so that Azerbaijani citizens can go safely this 40-plus kilometers route, there must be strong security guarantees. There must be international security guarantees. So only security guarantees from Armenia will not be enough. So Trump's administration accepted this legitimate concern with a proper attitude, and that's how it turned into TRIP, Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity. So now when President Trump gave his name to Zangezur corridor, I'm sure that it will materialize very soon. From point of building the physical infrastructure, I mean the railroad, it should not take a long time because it's only 42 kilometers. If we were to build it, we would have done it in 1 year. Maybe for Armenia, it will need some more years because we have more experience in building railroads.
By American investors?
It is not yet decided, but yes, it is possible to be done by American investors. Actually, for us, it doesn't matter. For us, important is that it is built, and important is that there is international security guarantees. In other words, when Azerbaijanis travel from Nakhchivan to mainland and backwards, they should not feel discomfort. They should not be afraid of their security, taking into account the long-lasting standoff and the hostility. So now I think it is very close to be implemented, and it's now for Armenia to do their part of the job. As far as we're concerned, again, I'd like to say that all infrastructure to connect two parts of Azerbaijan on our territory is now being implemented. But it's not only about connection to parts of Azerbaijan. It's about building a new transportation line. Today, the Middle Corridor, one of its branches, which goes across the Caspian from Asia, goes from Azerbaijan to Georgia, to Turkey, and then to Europe, and also to Georgian seaports. This is the only way how to connect Asia with Europe through Azerbaijan. So Zangezur corridor or TRIP will give alternative. So the second corridor will go through the territory of Armenia. And this is a benefit to Armenia. And I was trying to deliver this message to my Armenian colleagues that they will eventually become a transit country. Every country, if has a potential, tries to become a transit country.
Yeah.
We, for instance, we want to be a transit country. We want corridors to cross Azerbaijan from east to west, north to south. Armenia, because of occupation, was deprived from that. There is no transit going across the country. So with Zangezur corridor, Armenia will get transit fees from transportation, and taking into account that the volumes of cargoes from Asia to Europe through Azerbaijan is growing year after year, I'm sure that the Zangezur corridor will be important transportation link which will connect the continents.
بما أنك تتحدث سيد الرئيس عن أهمية زنجزور.
Mr. President, you have been speaking about the importance of Zanzibar. Following the signing process, there are two teams, I mean Russian and Iran. I will start with Iranian. As far as I know, the Iranian president visited Azerbaijan. He has even Azerbaijani origin. He spoke here in Azerbaijani. For the time being, following these geopolitical changes, how do you see the relations between Azerbaijan and Iran?
Yes, you're right. The president of Iran visited Azerbaijan. Actually, he visited Azerbaijan twice. First, on official visit, and second, he attended the summit of Economic Cooperation Organization in liberated Karabakh in the city of Khankandi. And we established very good working relations with him. Yes, you're absolutely right. He's Azerbaijani. He's the same blood as I am. We speak the same language. We don't need interpreters. And by the way, he knows Azerbaijani poems better than I do. And actually, he demonstrated here during one of the public events his knowledge about Azerbaijani poetry, and he doesn't need any notes. He's a very talented person. So this is really a good opportunity, and I think our personal relations and relations between his administration and my administration are very constructive and very friendly. And with respect to official position of Iran towards the new development, we consider it as very reasonable and very positive. When I say official position, I mean the position of president and foreign minister. This is official position.
The other positioning?
Other? Well, we are basing our policy based on those politicians which have been elected by the people of Iran and which have a mandate to implement their duties, and these are president. There have been certain voices of some former officials which now are named like advisors. I don't know what kind of advisors they give. Immediately that reaction was very...
You talk about the advisors of the Murshid and
yes,
some other advisors.
Yes, yes. So this position for us is not important at all. It has zero importance to us because our interstate relations are between the governments, between the presidents, between foreign ministers. Therefore, we totally ignore these false narratives which have been articulated by so-called advisors. So for us, everything is clear. Position of president is absolutely reasonable and is based on the fact that Zangezur corridor is not in any way a threat to Iran. There have been a lot of rumors in some media, in some internet sites that Azerbaijan is planning to occupy Zangezur. Azerbaijan is planning to cut Iranian-Armenian border, and that was absolutely false. We didn't have such an intention. Again, if we wanted to do it, we would have done it. In November 2020, it was very easy to do, and throughout all these 5 years, it was very easy to do. It's only 40 kilometers.
Yeah.
Just from military point of view, it will take not much time. Just from both sides you come, from Nakhchivan and from mainland, and you take it.
Azerbaijan has the power, the
Yes,
military power to do it.
Of course, and everybody knows it. And even those who give bad advices, they know it, that we have this power. We didn't do it because we are not aggressors. We are not country which occupies. We are people and country which liberates. That's what we've done.
Yeah.
And our war was a just war, was a liberation war.
No.
Was war on our soil, a war of restoration of justice. So from this point of view, I think that all these rumors that we were planning to cut Armenian-Iranian border now are absolutely groundless. Everybody knows that. By the way, during this 5 years' time, when Armenia was blocking the opening of Zangezur corridor, we agreed with the Iranian government, again, government to government, to build a bypass on Iranian territory. And it was called Araz corridor, by the name of the river Araz. So Azerbaijan already invests a lot of money in building the bridge over the Araz river to bypass Armenia. So if you look at the map, you'll see it's not difficult to do. You just come to the Armenian-Azerbaijani border and then make a turn to the left, build a bridge across the river, and go 40 kilometers on Iranian territory and then enter Nakhchivan again. So this project is already in the phase of implementation. So when corridor through Armenia is opened, so we will have two ways. We will have more opportunities to deliver cargo. One way through Iran, another way through Armenia. We also discussed with our Iranian colleagues from the government that there may be a necessity to build a railroad on Iranian side of the river. If that happens, if Iran does it, then part of cargoes will go through Iran. And what is more important, which some advisors which give bad advices do not understand, this is not only between Azerbaijan and Azerbaijan, not only between East and West, but it is also between North and South.
ممر زنجزور هل سيؤثر على
Will the Zangezur affect the North Corridor in Iran?
No, it will only help. Because first, the North-South corridor, which originally was planned and designed, goes from Northern Europe, Russia, Azerbaijan, Iran, just straight line. If you look at the map, it goes on the territory of Azerbaijan, partly just by the shore of the Caspian Sea.
Will they meet at some point?
Now, yes. So this is an authentic North-South corridor, which is fully built on Azerbaijani territory. We have full railroad and highway connection between the Russian border and Iranian border. The missing part is on the territory of Iran. They need to build some 150 or more kilometers, but that will take time, maybe several years. What can happen with connection between North and South? It can go through Zangezur. Again, if you imagine the map, it can go from Northern Europe to Russia, to Azerbaijan, and then from Azerbaijan, it can go to Zangezur, enter Nakhchivan, and from Nakhchivan, we have a railroad connection with Iran. So actually, the Zangezur corridor will not only be east-west, but also north-south transportation corridor. And instead of one north-south route from Russia to Iran, Azerbaijan, Iran, we will have another one from Russia to Azerbaijan, Armenia, Nakhchivan, Iran. So it will be, I think, a win-win situation for the whole region, and there'll be no losers. And I know that Iranian government, coming back to your question, understands it, and Azerbaijan will do everything in order to strengthen regional cooperation between all the countries of the region.
روسيا بالجانب الآخر.
Currently, Russia on the other side, as we know, there was a shooting down of Azerbaijani plane, and the relations are not the same. Will it be an attempt to revise the diplomatic relations?
وكيف تصف العلاقة اليوم بعدما كانت تعتبر جيدة؟
The shooting of Azerbaijani civilian plane by Russia and the reaction of Russian officials to that create a very big frustration and disappointment in Azerbaijan. First, this shooting shouldn't have happened in the first place because when there are drone attacks on Russian airports, they announce the special regime. They call it a carpet, in Russian kovер, and all the planes get a signal that there is a drone attack and they turn back. 2 weeks before they crash, the same happened with our plane which was flying to the same Russian city, and they got this signal, so they turned back. This time, they did not give this signal. They gave the signal after the plane already was shot down. So they did it in order just to mislead those who would investigate. They shot it twice. Only professionalism and courage of the pilots made it possible for plane to land. And fortunately, it landed in Kazakhstan, not in Russia. If it landed in Russia, now, judging by how Russian investigation goes, I'm absolutely sure they would have tried to hide all the evidences.
Oh.
It landed in Kazakhstan, and there was a crash. Some people survived, and we have those who gave evidence. We have 2 people who were in the plane who were injured by the shrapnel which penetrated the fuselage. We have remainings of the plane, and immediately I sent the team. It's not far away, it's only 40 minutes flight. Immediately our team was there on the site and they filmed everything. So you can find it in internet. All the fuselage was in holes, shrapnel. And to say that that were birds or Ukrainian drone which hit the plane is absurd. It was damaged by Russian air defense system. We know which system, we know who gave the orders, we know the names of those people who are responsible for that, and we know those who want to cover up. So shooting the plane should have happened in the first place, but that was a tragic mistake. But behavior of Russian officials after that, this is unacceptable.
After all this, it's just a quick question. After all this attitude, I mean Russian attitude, are you afraid from any Russian movement in the area to stop what Azerbaijan is trying to do? I mean, on geographical level, on in the corridor, and everything.
Well, they have their military base in Armenia with several thousand military personnel. At the same time, Armenian border with Iran and Turkey are protected by Russian border security. There is not a single Russian soldier on Azerbaijani soil.
Yes.
So what may happen in Armenia, I don't know. But I don't want to think about this negative scenario.
Yes. سأنتقل إلى الشرق الأوسط.
Let me switch to something else in the Middle East. You have also played a mediation role between Middle East and Israel. You are providing your support to bring natural gas to Syria. The current developments between Syria and Israel and steps that are made between them, to what point are you searching peace between Israel and Syria? Is there something promising between these two countries?
Well, I think that there are chances for normalization of relations between Israel and Syria. First, I'd like to come to your comments about natural gas to Syria. You know, we didn't have any relations with the government of President Assad for more than a decade. They treated Azerbaijan in a very unfair way. In our confrontation with Armenia, they took Armenian side, which for us was very strange, because we enjoyed a very strong support from Muslim countries during the years of occupation. And Islamic Cooperation Organization always supported us. So Azerbaijan is a country which highly values the principles of Islamic solidarity. So aligning with Armenia against Azerbaijan, aligning with a country which demolished mosques and kept pigs and cows in mosques, for us was unacceptable. So both sides, the team of President Assad and our team, cut all the contacts. So for more than a decade. So when the new government in Syria came to power, we were very enthusiastic about that, and definitely we supported that. And I had a meeting with Ahmed al-Shara in Turkey this April, and invited him to visit Azerbaijan, and he came on an official visit. And we started to provide humanitarian assistance to Syria. I sent a big team to Syria, led by the Deputy Prime Minister, to see how we can be helpful, what we can do. We only want peace for this country, for these people who suffered for so many years. And we want that they live in peace and to see development there. So this started. And then the issue of shortage of electricity came to our attention, and we started to think how we can be helpful. And we had a trilateral and even quadrilateral arrangement between Azerbaijan, Syria, Turkey, and Qatar in order to help Syria with natural gas, to convert it into electricity. So the ceremony of the beginning of that process took place on the 2nd of August. Azerbaijani gas through Turkey is coming to Syria, and the Qatar government was so generous to provide funds for that. So far we agreed about 1.2 billion cubic meters of natural gas to Syria, but their demands are higher. So in the future we can increase the volume of gas so that they have less shortages. In the meantime, negotiations between officials from Israel and Syria took place with our mediation. We want peace around us. We, as a country and people who suffered from aggression, from war, we understand what it is to be refugee, what it is to be homeless, not to have gas, electricity, water, or food. So we actually became already for many years a donor country. We provide financial support, humanitarian support to almost 100 countries, 80 plus countries. So our goal was only to help to have normalization and to create a predictable situation between Israel and Syria. And if we helped a little bit, we are happy with that. We see that there is a potential for normalization, and that will bring additional elements of peace and predictability to the Middle East.
Israel, they agreed on having this normalization while respecting the unity of Syria?
Yes, definitely. Azerbaijan, as a country which suffered from violation of territorial integrity, supports territorial integrity of all the countries. And our position on that is straightforward. And again, coming back to what we discussed about Azerbaijan-Russian relations, we, from the very first days of Russian invasion to Ukraine, supported Ukraine's territorial integrity and continue to support it. And of course, unity and territorial integrity of Syria is number one precondition for any kind of relationship. And not only legal unity and control of the boundaries, but physical unity. The country must have a centralized system, or at least a system which operates and functions with respect to political institutions. We are strongly against any forms of separatism, whether it was in Karabakh or in Syria or in any other place of the world.
So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role. So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role in the mediation. What about Turkey and Israel? Your mediation between these two countries, especially that we talk about the Kurd file there. What about the current mediation between Israel and Turkey?
Well, we are trying to be helpful when we see that there is a chance for normalization. And during the first stage of normalization between Turkey and Israel. Azerbaijani role was appreciated by both countries. And you know, there was a visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog to Turkey. And so we were happy that two countries are now finding the common grounds. At the moment, relationship between Turkey and Israel are more tense than ever before. Therefore, if we are asked to step in, we will do it. If not, we will try just to use maybe some not very public diplomatic efforts in order to help to find a ground. Because the most important is safety and security. We know very well the value of security. We've been at war in different forms of war for more than 30 years. So it makes you totally preoccupied with that. For me as a president for 17 years, since I became president until we liberated Karabakh, that was issue number 1, number 2, number 10. I was totally preoccupied then day and night. So it of course distracted not only me but the whole team from many other things which could have done maybe more faster and in a more efficient way. So any potential threat, any even hypothetical threat of physical confrontation is harmful. It's harmful for people, for countries, for the economy, for the credit rating, for everything. So we are trying to provide, based on our experience, because we had experience of being occupied, we have experience of being a victorious country, we have experience being at war, and now we have experience how to reach peace. So we know how to do it. And also our diversified foreign policy directions also allows Azerbaijan to be in the middle of events. Because not many countries today can talk in a very sincere way to those who are now in difficult terms. So we are ready to do it. We hope it will work. But of course, we don't want to impose ourselves on anyone. We just do what is necessary when we are asked for that.
Currently in the Middle East, there is a big role played by Azerbaijan, and this role is measured by not only natural gas of Azerbaijan. The natural gas of Azerbaijan goes to European countries and to Eastern countries. Is it possible that natural gas from Azerbaijan can go to some Arabian countries like Egypt or any other country around Syria? And will it help the situation there in general?
With respect to energy, so yes, you're right. Our main destination for natural gas is Europe. We provide gas to 10 European countries. 8 of them are members of EU. So for these countries, Azerbaijani gas really plays an important role in the energy security, and this role will grow. I already publicly announced our plans for the coming years. By 2030, we will have guaranteed additional 8 billion cubic meters of natural gas, plus to what we have today. And the question is how to use it, in which direction. And of course, entering Middle East with our natural resources is a first experience for us. We think that, as I already said, we can increase the volume of gas to Syria. And also we can provide gas supplies to other countries through Arabian gas pipeline or through other means, through swaps. Also, we are trading energy resources. We are not only selling our own oil and gas, but we are working as an international trader. So our potential is bigger than one can imagine. So from this point of view, I think it's an important factor. With respect to relationship with countries of Middle East, primarily with members of Gulf cooperation countries, are very good, very friendly, and very result-oriented. We have a very strong partnership with these countries, and by the way, our main investors in renewable energy are companies from UAE and Saudi Arabia. So they are our main investors. They already are investing now. And by the way, our renewable potential also should not be underestimated. By 2030 again, based on the signed contracts and investments from primarily UAE and Saudi Arabia and China, we plan to have 6 gigawatts of solar and wind energy. Plus, we are actively building the hydropower stations in Karabakh. Already almost 300 megawatts we already created. So this is important part of relationship between Azerbaijan and members of Gulf cooperation country, because we have fossil fuel and also we work actively on renewables. And together we can do many good projects. By the way, ADNOC, very important energy company from UAE, became a shareholder of one of our biggest gas fields in the Caspian. At the same time, our state company, SOCAR, became a shareholder of one of the projects in oil development in UAE. We really are now in the active phase of working on a broad investment portfolio. Political relations are excellent, so we concentrate on practical investment projects in energy and not only. In hospitality, in tourism, in agriculture, so many projects are in the pipeline. For instance, one of the leading company of Saudi Arabia was selected by us as a partner in building the desalination plant here on the Caspian shore, which will provide a lot of opportunities for agriculture and also for people. So this is a big part of our foreign policy agenda. I would say one of the main priorities of our foreign policy, cooperation with the countries of the Gulf.
And also, how are the relations between Azerbaijan and Arab countries? In addition, Mr. President, we think that your country is playing an important role in the regional process. Is there any step that can be taken by Azerbaijan to make good relations between the Sunni and Shia communities? Not necessarily inside of Azerbaijan, I'm talking in general.
Well, you know, in Azerbaijani society, Muslims of all faiths live as one family. And there was never any kind of division between different branches of Islam, I think.
Not here, in the area, I mean.
Yes, but for addressing...
To have it as a platform, like you are a mediator, and to have it as a platform of communication between them.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, but this is based on our experience. It is based on not only slogans, not only statements, because there can be many statements, but you need to look to the core of the issue, to look how these issues are being addressed in Azerbaijan. For us, first is national ethnic identity. Second is citizenship, or maybe also the first is citizenship, along with ethnic identity. And this sectorial issue for absolute majority of Azerbaijan is absolutely nowhere, even not on the 100th place. And Azerbaijanis, they are, as an ethnic group, they consist of representatives of different branches of Islam, but we all are united by our ethnicity, by our language, and by our state. And not only Muslims, representatives of other religions in Azerbaijan, they feel the same. What we've done here during the period of independence was to strengthen these positive trends. And it's one of the few countries where Shia and Sunni Muslims pray at the same time, in the same mosque, and we do not divide. And we think that the biggest threat to Muslim world is sectorial division. And those who advocate for sectorial division do the most harmful thing to the Muslim world. We must be united. We are Muslims, and for us, this is number one. Absolutely free from any foreign interference, because we had not only advocate for these values, we also had to protect ourselves ideologically from any kinds of penetration, from any kinds of attempts to spread the seeds of hatred between the Muslims. So this is highly valued in the Muslim world. And my numerous meetings with the leading religious leaders of the Muslim world demonstrate that in Muslim world, in political spectrum or in religious spectrum, there is a high appreciation of our role. So we demonstrate that it is possible, and we demonstrate the success story, and we demonstrate that there is a peace, stability, and comfort. So this is what people need. The people need to live in peace, to raise their children, to live happily, to have jobs, not to be afraid that the bombs will fall on their head, or someone will put a bomb in your, how to say, neighborhood. So we do many things on intercultural dialogue. We have regular international conferences on intercultural dialogue every second year, where we address all these important issues, not only issues which are important for the Muslims, but for the all religions. From this point of view, our role is mainly based on what we have done here, and this how it can be done in other places. And I think that now in a political circle of absolute majority of Muslim countries, I have a lot of contact between the presidents. There is understanding that Muslims must be united, and sectarial division is a threat to our unity.
So you meet with the vision of Gulf country peace for prosperity.
Exactly.
Yes. سيد الرئيس التقيت
Mr. President, you had a meeting with President Trump, and he's considered as an exceptional figure among American presidents. What impressed you the most during that meeting? Will you really nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yes, exactly. Together with Armenian colleague, we nominated President Trump for Nobel Peace Prize. He really deserves it. As I said in my comments in Washington, in several months, he made a miracle in Africa, in Asia, in Southern Caucasus. And this is his character, this is his nature. He wants peace. He is a person which is absolutely different from a traditional image of Western leader. He is very friendly. He is very generous. He was so generous to give all his gifts, even more that was planned. He really was a person who deserves a lot of credit. That was my first meeting with him, and but my attitude to him as a politician was always positive. Even during his first term, though at that time we didn't have a chance to meet. And especially when he was He was deprived from being elected by the electoral fraud of deep state representatives. They stole his victory. And what he is saying about putting an end to mail-in ballot is absolutely right thing to do, because American administrations always like to lecture the whole world how to live, how to build democracy, how
That's so
to
true.
we all know that, how to address elections, but they themselves made the biggest election fraud against President Trump, depriving him from victory. So during that time when he was not a president, he behaved in a very decent manner. He demonstrated great courage and dignity, and to come back in America with all these frogs in the swamp, you know, like USID, Radio Liberty, fake news like Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Newsweek, all of them were against him. All of them were demonizing him the same way how they demonized me, for instance. Not maybe the same level, but the same way, spreading rumors.
هذا حصل that happened during Biden time when he insisted on keeping the 907.
Yes, exactly. Biden reimposed 907. Now 007 was lifted in 2001. Why? Because they needed us in Afghanistan. They needed our sky, they needed our sea, they needed the railroad. We provided very important support to American logistics and transportation. So as soon as Biden ran away from Afghanistan, they reimposed the sanction on us. So can you be so unthankful? What we would think about you, and we cut all the relations with them. With Biden administration, it was zero. It was a disaster. So Trump is absolutely different. He is a person which not only, I'm sure, will make America again great, he will make America again to be admired, as we all did in all times, when America was a symbol of prosperity, of freedom, of development. He will do it, I'm sure. If he managed in 6 months to bring peace to so many locations, he will do it, but he has a strong resistance. The system is against him. And also what I'd like to underline, especially what touched me, was how he behaved during that assassination attempt. That cannot be played. No speechwriter, no political advisor can do it. That's how the person reacts. He's a brave man and great leader, and I am proud, really proud, that he treats me as a friend.
Mr. President, let me conclude with my final question. Azerbaijan plays an important role among the Turkey-speaking states. How do you see this role, and how do you envision Azerbaijan's role in its region and neighborhood in the future?
Well, organization of Turkic states has great potential now. Azerbaijan was always straightforward in strengthening this institution. It started as a kind of a group of countries, as a consultative group, as a council, but then it transformed. So it has a great potential. And our close relations with Turkey, which are now based on alliance declaration, which we signed with President Erdogan in Shusha in 2021, which makes us military allies and political allies from legal point of view. It's an important factor not only for both countries, but for the whole Turkish world. Last year we signed the alliance agreement with Uzbekistan, and also with other members of Organization of Turkish States. We have strategic partnership agreements or declarations. So it's a big potential. We are united by our roots, which makes this organization unique. Because if you look at other international organizations, not all of them, or maybe I don't know which of them also is united by the common ethnic root. Yeah, we are different peoples, but we have all common, our roots coming from the Turkic ethnicity. We have growing population, which is also an important factor for every country. When it is supported by economic development, it is advantage. Sometimes it's disadvantage when countries are poor, but our countries, they are not poor. We have natural resources, not in every country, but in many. We have broad geography. Turkey is a leading military force on the global scale. In NATO, it's second army after United States. Azerbaijani army also demonstrated itself on the battlefield, not on parades. And connectivity. And when we talk about today about corridors, you cannot avoid us. You cannot. You should use us, our territories, our facilities. And also important is that in all members of organization, there is a political stability and friendly relations between each other and between all. So this is really makes organization unique. So we need to strengthen it. And we need to strengthen it by concrete projects, by investments, by energy, by transportation, by cultural projects. So I see in the future this organization as one of the important global actors. So our view is to transform it into a global actor which can play a role on international arena, which not only be preoccupied with our internal issues, but to play a stabilizing role on international arena, positive role, generating opportunities for the neighbors, and demonstrating that on such a huge geography, you can build a strong unity, which is not a threat to anyone, but which is an opportunity to many.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are pleased to see you again. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for receiving us here in Baku. Mr. President, thank you very much. Dear viewers, with this, our special interview comes to an end. We had the honor of interviewing the President of Azerbaijan in the capital city of Baku.
شكرا لحسن المتابعة وإلى اللقاء.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.